Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
And you know what? I'm sorry. It says not for Babyface. Please do not put that on Babyface.
I had a feeling. I called it out.
Why, do you guys got heat?
No, he just has never been a big fan of mine, and that's fine.
I always thought that he's a fan of everybody.
I don't know about him.
Whoa.
What do you mean you don't know about him? He's
being
one of
a fan
my best,
of mine.
He's one of my
Being
best friends.
Jeez.
I don't know about him being a fan of mine. He's not. That's what I'm trying to say. Jeez.
What if he says, I'm indeed a fan of Babyface?
Well, he made it very clear that he's not.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Big buildup. Big, like Lasker said, like a big, this feels very Viking-like, does it? Like we're getting ready to go to war, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Putting on our face shields.
Get your mind right.
Getting our mind right.
Are we going to rape and pillage?
Yeah, we're going to go and rape and pillage the next village over. Except Seth, he's having anxiety. He's throwing up in the corner.
All right, ready to rape, sir.
Ready to rape, sir.
Are we done yet?
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show, Friday, October 25th. Lasker and Tuttle in today. Lasker's pretty much locked in for Fridays. Tuttle's locked in for Fridays as well, but going to probably hit half the Thursdays.
Yes.
Based on his availability with his job. I set him straight.
All right, don't make me look fat.
What do you mean?
Talking to the dude with just in the camera.
Rhett's moving his camera.
Oh, okay. Rhett's gonna no. Gene, please know that Rhett is always trying to get the. See, you look good there. Look. You look. He's just.
Yeah,
making
that's
sure.
fine.
Yeah,
that's good. But before it made you when if you lean down,
well, if you lean back and jam out your gut, you're gonna.
Well, I'm not jamming it out. Look at me now. I mean, you know.
No, you look good.
You look very svelte.
Yeah, but when you go back like that kind of you still look barrel-chested there.
Yeah,
you look good. Yeah.
So I got to lean forward to be right.
Yeah, you lean forward. That's how he has you framed up, like you're on the air.
I'm comfortable for 4 hours.
Right. So listen, it's tough to sit in a chair and talk for 4 hours. Just tell that to all the poor guys that are digging ditches right now and everything like that. So anyway, a couple things have been brought to my attention. One is, by the way, Seth, how are you, my friend?
Oh, I'm doing so well, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's been brought to my attention. Lummy comes in and says, Mama, what, Lummy? Can I have my phone turned on today? Yeah, well, no, but what's going on? So Lummy, you told me that your father, in the overnight, got admitted to the hospital, and it's kind of serious. Your mom called you. I'm assuming you probably got the message when you woke up.
No, it was like probably 11 o'clock at night.
Oh, so it was late last night.
Yeah.
And was he rushed to the hospital with the meat wagon, or did Mama take him in?
No, Mama took him. He didn't want to go in, but the doctor talked him into it.
What's is he having chest pains? Is he, was there a pre-existing condition? Like, what's going on?
He's been dealing with heart issues since the hurricane. And he's been in and out of the hospital for like 2 weeks now.
Like an AFib?
Yeah, an AFib, yeah.
All right. So, like, not like a blockage or a widowmaker or anything like that, but more like an arrhythmia, like a rhythmic, like that kind of deal? I
guess they haven't been able to find anything, but I guess his blood pressure was like 90/35 last night.
Did he drop? Did he pass out? Did he come lightheaded?
Yeah, become like, and he's having trouble. He's been having trouble breathing for the last like 12 hours.
Well, now how old is your father?
78.
Oh, 77? Yeah. I mean, at that age, you gotta really, really take heed to all that. So he's in the hospital right now, right?
Yes.
So you asked me when you first got here, hey, can I have my phone on because my mom's going to be giving me updates? And I'm like, yeah, you can. But more importantly, I think Tuttle might be my witness. Maybe even Seth. I'm like, why don't you just like go be with your dad right now? Like don't even worry about. I got Lasker and Tuttle. I got more than enough. I mean, I don't know who's going to send me my my links when I need them, but we'll get through. We'll get between Red and Mach. We could probably get through today. And not have you here if indeed you need to be there, or if they're just running them through a series of tests and you'd just be waiting in the waiting room, then I would say probably stay with your phone on in case there's something that you need to go to. But if he's in a room, they've done the tests, and it's about being with him, then I would say go.
Yeah, they haven't done it. They're just doing tests now, and he hasn't been admitted.
All right, so he's
still in the ER.
He's in the ER.
Yeah.
And then they're going to admit him and then probably start doing the tests.
No, they already started doing the test.
They did?
Yeah, they've been doing the test all night.
Right. Is there any information that's come back so far with regards to what potentially might be wrong?
No, I guess he hasn't been able to pee in 2 days.
Ooh. That ain't got nothing to do with the heart.
Well, that could be dehydrated. Or it could be at a kidney stone, or it could be, I don't know, an enlarged. You know what it probably is? An enlarged prostate.
Oh.
No, but I
mean, I don't know. Yeah, they tried to put a catheter in him, and I guess he didn't want it.
No, that's the
nobody wants that.
Yeah,
jeez.
Yeah, that's like the most.
Ow.
Is it called what's it called, Seth? When they make you feel like a bitch, emancipate.
Emasculated. Yeah,
emasculated. Yeah, nothing makes you feel like more of a bitch than when a nurse or even a doctor takes your ween in his hand, and then you're not ever laying your ween. No, like your ween has a mind of its own, and it's usually either it's laying nice or it's in a bigger state because it's excited. But when your ween senses drama, it retreats. I mean, it's just literally it retreats, and it turns into like a little innie. It's like a little snapping turtle where it just puts its head in its shell and it doesn't want to be messed with. So when a doctor tells you, Mr. Clem, please drop your pants, or you're laying there in the hospital bed. Yeah, they keep it cold as hell, and they say, Mr. Clem, we're gonna pull back the covers. And they give you have one of those gowns on, so you never are pulling your pants down. They just lift your gown up. There's your little ween, and they're getting ready to pull it back and put a catheter in it. That is the worst.
I had to have it when I was a kid. I had blood in my urine for some reason, and they had to stick a big old tube up my little baby ween when I was like...
My ween turns into a baby ween when you start talking catheter.
Yeah.
I know we all want to think that we're we're tough and everything, but, even Lasker would admit, if you're laying in the hospital bed and the doctor says, Gene, we're going to go ahead and grab your wiener and put a plastic tube up the hole.
Not without morphine.
Not without,
They lube it up for you.
Oh, that's nice.
Can you send me like an instructional video as to how of course this is a medical procedure, but like how they do it? I think they literally lube up a piece of
tube,
like a plastic stent, and jam it up your
urethra.
I'm gonna try to make sure I use I don't want to say pee hole because that's not clinical. So they jam it up your urethra, and then you just pee, and it goes into a bag. And so, Lummy, he could be. Is your father good about doing his yearly, checkup or blood work or anything like that? Because
yeah, he is.
If you're starting to get an enlarged prostate, they'll start putting you on medicine for that, because that's usually the number one reason why men can't pee, is because their prostate becomes enlarged, which restricts your bladder. The tubing that causes you to urinate
that's what pushes it, right?
Gets pinched off by the enlarged prostate. Hence, you're not able to pee.
At what age are you supposed to start getting the prostate exam?
Since you were cartoonish.
40.
Oh man, so I'm due. I'm due for one.
Yeah, I mean at 40, and then at 50, or they've actually rolled it back as to Gene, have you got a colonoscopy?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell Gene didn't want to talk about it. Is that the worst or what?
Mm-hmm. My dad, I remember he had it done, and they pump
a colonoscopy.
Yeah, they pump air into your rectum to be able to get the scope in there.
When you're under, not when you're alive. But after they put you after the anesthesiologist has put you under, they do inflate you with air.
You fart big time.
And then afterwards, all day when you're at home, I'm like, you're laying big rippers. Now, Lummy, is this how they put a catheter in?
Yes.
Now, did they put a catheter in your father?
He didn't want it, and it doesn't look like he did so far.
Lummy, you got it. Now, is there anybody in your family that can talk sense to your father?
My mom. That's the only reason he went to the hospital.
Okay, so is she kind of the booker?
No.
Okay,
he's the booker.
All right, he's okay. Hold on.
No one tells him what to do.
All right, so he's absolutely the Bubba Clem.
Yes.
All right, and so she begs him to go because he must have, really not be feeling good. And while they're at the hospital, we're finding out that they suggested a catheter. And what's your dad's name?
James.
James said no.
Correct.
No on the catheter.
Yeah, so they've been drugging him up, I guess, maybe to put it in there.
All right.
Wow.
So this is how.
Laying nice.
Yeah, I wish I laid like that.
That actually is pretty impressive.
So it looks like they take it, and then they I kind of like the cartoon deal. Now, is this your prostate right here, or is this your prostate? This is your butt.
That's your colon, it looks like.
Yeah. Oh. All right, so it looks like they squirt. They squirt a bunch of lube on your penis.
That's an antiseptic.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Like iodine or something like that, just to clean the whole thing.
Yeah, the glands.
And then they literally take a catheter and look at the end of that thing, man. It's got a sharp little. I mean, it's pointy.
Oh yeah.
Lubricant. Oh, see, that's why it doesn't really hurt that bad, because the lubricant has the anesthetic in it.
Yeah, it probably numbs it up a little bit too.
Seth, if we got on that with a little bit of that laughing gas, you could just catheter us right up, right?
Oh, all day, yeah.
All right, so the urinary bag insertion. So they got to hook up the bag to the catheter, and then they worm.
And they go in there deep.
Now look how far they go.
To the bladder.
Hold on, right up until the bladder, does like a. Okay, so hold on. They inflate the balloon with saline. What balloon?
Right there, they're getting a little bit of air in there, I guess, to open it up.
Oh, you know what that does? That probably causes it so it can't slip back out.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Right, Gene? Like, so, the end of it, you're a very mechanical guy, so that's now bigger than the hole to your bladder, so it just can't come jamming right back out.
Right.
How would that feel if you pulled it before you deflated that balloon?
Well, you probably couldn't do it.
Oh, look at
You can't do that.
No, hold on. Now they back out. What do you mean they back out the catheter? Well, there you go. You're hooked up.
you kind of get it snug there.
They siphon it.
Resistant.
So they pull it back on that.
Oh, this is so when they remove the catheter, then they stick the needle the syringe deal to blow air into it, which deflates the balloon, and then they just. I can remember. I've had a couple of them. I was under, but when you're not under when they pull them out, and then they go, okay, you're gonna take a short breath in, and then they rip it like they're pulling a Briggs and Stratton.
Nice.
And it takes your breath away. So they've suggested. Let me know. You need, as soon as the show's over today. I don't know what your responsibilities are, but you got to get over there. Like, you got to get over there. Is that what your plans are?
Yeah, I planned on going.
Or are you just on standby?
I'm on standby. My plan was to leave right after the show to go to Sebring.
Oh, that's right. This is the annual golfing deal.
Yeah.
Golfing.
Yeah,
golfer?
He's not. But he every year, him and like 6 dudes, they've been doing it for like 10.
No, it's like 25 dudes.
They've been doing it for like since they were in college, and they go to this golf course, this resort down in Sebring.
And you stay overnight, or?
Oh, they stay usually Friday.
So what do you just go to like hole 4 and cause mayhem?
Yeah, no, it's Friday, Saturday, 2 days, 2 golf days on Saturday and Sunday.
Just
so
like
you play 4 rounds.
It's like an
And you
annual.
like watching
like a
them chase
Brokeback
the one
Mountain
ball.
thing?
No, Gene, he golfs.
Yeah.
He's part of the. He's a golf. It's.
We raise funds for a charity and
You should be
things like
raising
that.
funds for the Bubba the Love Sponge charity is what you should be doing.
Of course, yes. I'll get it changed.
Now,
for
are
next
you
year.
going? Are you going to? Has that been canceled?
Right now, yeah, I'm probably gonna have to go over there. I'm not sure
Lummy,
exactly
you
what
can't.
I'm gonna do.
Here's what you got to do. Here's what you got to do. By the way, Gene, thank you for the donuts. Appreciate it. Gene always comes in on Friday with some donuts and gives me my special eclair. Thank you, Gene.
You're welcome.
But Lummy, how many years have you been doing this golfing deal? I even gave you some time off last year. I gave you a Friday off last year so that you wouldn't miss any of the festivities.
Yes.
You've already, missed one day of golfing. Right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
You'll miss today's round.
Yeah. It's going on 18 years.
18 years.
You guys get some hookers while you're?
You guys hookers in that pink
No.
and some of that pink cocaine?
It's Sebring.
Yeah, well,
What does that mean?
Yeah.
It's Sebring.
Have you been to Sebring?
Do they got hooked? I don't think they
Yeah,
got
but not to chase one ball.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Gene went to Sebring.
I'm going to watch them racing.
Yeah, he probably went to watch the Rolex, the Sebring 24.
Watch the Porsches get on their head.
Yeah. Have you never, in 18 years, have you never missed?
I missed one time for when Walker was born.
Okay. Well, I would think that this is right along the lines of potentially being. Here's what I would do. I would keep my phone close. I would be texting my mom, your mom. Are there updates? What's going on? Any updates? Any updates? Any updates? And then, as you get closer to 10 o'clock, if it's just going to be, listen. So if it's just going to be waiting around in your dad's in your dad's hospital room all weekend long, just for moral support, I don't think that really matters that you're there or not.
No, and my dad can barely hear, so it'd just be completely pointless.
Oh, you think he can barely hear because he chooses to, or because it's really he can't hear?
Both. Because a lot of times I can talk a lot of crap with my brother, and he hears it.
Like, my hearing is really going. Like, me and Merch Crick get into the biggest fights because she'll ask me a question, but she'll have her head turned the other way. Like in the car, we'll be driving, and she'll be like looking outside the window, and she'll ask me a question. Well, I can't hear it.
It's the headphones, man.
I've been in radio 40.
Sprint cars.
Well, and I've been in radio 40 years.
And you probably have been jacking up your headphone level.
When I was doing top 40, man, I had my headphones really hot. I've since backed them down quite a bit, but I probably am on the hotter side of running my headphones. So if you have, your ear is not really engineered to have a headphone on it for 40 years.
Did you wear earplugs when you raced?
No.
There you go.
Never did. Did you?
Open head. Nope.
Exactly.
I can't hear you though.
So how many times does Sarah ask a question?
She gets so mad at me. She hates on me.
And you go,
What?
Huh? What?
And then she'll yell it, and I'll go, "Why are you yelling?"
Because you can't hear.
Because you can't hear. But I can't hear when you're looking at the door that way and you say something.
I feel as if I'm having deja vu with my girl because I'm like, listen, when you ask me a question, face me. have your mouth towards me and ask the question. Chances are I might be able to hear
Read your
it.
lips or something.
I think it's a lady thing because Phoebe does it too. I think it's just that they think that they can just point their head in any direction and we'll hear the words that they say.
Well, they also think we have their ears when we don't. You've been in radio long enough to damage your ears as well. If anybody's been in radio over 10 years and you've wear a pair of headphones for 20, 25, 30 hours a week for 10 years, it just naturally deteriorates your hearing. So, yeah, it's...
Well, you just get used to that the poundage of the sound right on your head, not across the room.
So, at the end of the day, Lummy, if you get a report that they've maybe found out what it is and it's not life-threatening, he just needs to be in the hospital for a few days, maybe... get a stent or a pacemaker. And pacemakers, really, people hear the word pacemaker and they automatically think that it's back in the day when we were growing up, if somebody got a pacemaker, that was because they almost died and it was really a big deal. And it was like the last resort to save them. But today, man, pacemakers are like the size of a quarter.
And they don't even have to cut you open, really. They go in through.
And a lot of pacemakers are there, like my buddy Fabrizi had an AFib situation where his heart would get out of rhythm, and they put one of these, quarter-sized little pacemakers in it, and it's just basically it gets your heart back on rhythm when it gets off of rhythm.
Gives you a little shock.
Yeah, it shocks your heart. You don't even know it's happening. And it monitors your heart, and when it gets out of rhythm, it gives it a little shock, a recorrection, if you will. It's like your timing, Gene. Your timing could be a little off. You need to throw 5 degrees onto it.
Yep.
So Lummy, maybe.
What's your dad's name?
James.
So if James did the golfing thing for 18 years in a row, would James go visit you in the hospital because your ticker's not
No, probably
taken?
not.
See there, so then go.
Yeah, my dad's very stubborn.
You just fix yourself.
This is all my dad because my dad wanted to do everything after the hurricane.
Oh,
by himself.
Yeah, rather than now. Didn't you try to go over there for literally 3 or 4 days? And he was like, "Stop! He's really hard headed."
Yeah, he wanted to do it
and
all
he didn't
himself.
want any help.
Yeah, he just wanted me to help him pick up his beer fridge that floated away.
Pick up what?
His beer fridge that floated out the.
Oh, that's what he wanted.
Yeah,
that's what everything else. So as you get reports, I wouldn't rule out going golfing. Like, let me ask you a question. Where's your wife stand on this? Because that's who makes the calls.
Pretty much the same as what you're saying.
How far away is Sebring from where your dad?
2 hours.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much what you're saying is that if the tests come back, to just go.
Right. Now, what's your mom's name again?
Donna.
Now, will Donna have a say-so in this, or she has zero say-so?
Zero say-so.
Right. She's just there as the caretaker.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, yes, keep your phone on. 2, if things worsen or there's some type of catastrophic event, or your dad takes a turn for the worse or whatever, just literally get up and leave. No explanation needed.
I can go down there and sit with your dad and keep him company if you want me to.
So James and Donna, what are they? I mean, what were they made of?
One's a man and one's a woman. Gene.
I know, but I'm saying they're not Jewish or what are you? Hungarian or
Polak?
Or German?
A German Italian.
Yeah. So there you are, German and Italian.
Yeah.
What does that have a bear like? I mean,
it just makes you when you know where you come from, you know
where you're
what
going?
type of person is.
You know where you. If you know
Germany,
if you know where you came from, you might not know where you're going.
Mm-hmm.
And you're getting ready to say Germany. If you're German, what?
Well, then you got that toughness of Nazism in you,
fascism,
and you're not going to listen to other people.
Mm-hmm.
Both Germany and Italy were run by dictators.
Right.
Yeah,
and the world would be a better place if they still did. Bread wouldn't be so damn expensive.
I have I don't know where the Gene Lasker.
I think he's rolling, Bubba.
I know, but
we barely scratched the surface.
I think there's a certain amount of disclaimer. I don't know if this is it. If this is it,
made by Bubba Esquire are not necessary.
No, that's not it. I know that Macho Man made a. Maybe he'll find it for me here.
The Gene disclaimer.
Yeah, a Gene disclaimer, where he said the world would be a better place if we were ran by dictators.
There it is.
Oh, there it is. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, the stupid would be told what to do.
Now, let me tell you something. God does not jump out of your wallet to pay those bills. Those bills keep on coming, oh, say the great Gene Lasker. Go ahead and open the wallet for us, though, and donate via PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now, back to the show.
Yeah, well,
That's a nice one.
that is a good one. I think we also have...
I forgot Gene said God isn't going to jump out of your wallet and pay your light bill.
He's not gonna. God helps them who helps themselves. I mean, that's a good saying.
The views and opinions made by Gene Lasker are not necessarily those of our advertisers or this radio station. Now, let me tell you something. If you do not like Gene's opinions, you're probably just stupid.
All right, put that... I'll see where you put that. Macho Man. Okay, I got it. Perfect. And then I'm gonna once you get out of it, I'm gonna run it. All right. Let me see where. There's the G. So here it is.
The views and opinions made by Gene Lasker are not necessarily those of our advertisers or this radio station. Now, let me tell you something. If you do not like Gene's opinions, you're probably just stupid.
All right. So I got. Is this?
The views and opinions made by Gene Lasker are not necessarily those of our advertisers or this radio station. Now, let me tell you something. If you do not like Gene's opinions, you're probably just stupid.
All right. So if you could just put one.
Are we playing the same thing over and over again?
We have two.
Oh, okay.
And I'm trying to get them put on top of each other on this button bar to my right. And
all right.
And so that's what I'm trying to do.
Gene is the man.
Yes, we did play them back to back. If Macho could just put them on top of each other right over here, that way I have my two Genes ready to go.
What is
Bubba
Gene's
Wendy,
background?
$10 make powder coating great again.
What is
Gene's? Well, Gene is
like
Gene's 7%
Indian?
African American.
Oh, you are?
Sub. Remember, Gene, you were 7%.
Sub-Saharan?
Sub-Saharan African, remember?
But that's an albino.
Well, Gene, that's not.
So I'm strictly white.
You know, Elon's African.
Gene, no, it's Sub-Saharan African.
Is a albino black guy. And that's what I was. 7% of that.
But if you're hold on, Gene.
That's 7% extra white.
Gene. If a guy is an albino black guy, that means he's a black guy that happens to suffer from being an albino.
No pigmentation.
But at his core, he's an African American.
Nobody can see the core. They just see what's on the outside. And that's albino. That's white.
Do you still have black hair if you're a black albino?
You have black guy's hair. I mean, you do have black guy's hair.
He does?
Oh, yeah. He always wears a hat. He's the only guy allowed to wear the hat. By the way, Scout and Big Gulp, $50. Love me, my Gene Lasker.
Thank you.
Macho Man, if you could take both disclaimers and put them right over there on top of each other, I'd appreciate it right over there. That way, just boom, boom, right there.
Boom, boom.
Right there. So, Gene, if you're 7% Sub-Saharan African, I don't necessarily... Where have you come up with the information that means you're albino black guy? Like, is that just something that you came up with, or did you actually research it?
No, I came up with it.
Oh, okay. So
why not?
Well,
who's going to know the difference?
We're going to try to be. We're trying to be factual, Gene. We're trying to be. You're 7%.
Oh God.
Sub-Saharan African.
Don't Google black albino.
I already did.
Oh God.
It's 1 in 15,000 sub-Saharan are albino.
See, that's me.
Did you actually look that up?
Yes.
So 1 in 15.
1 in 15,000.
1 in 15,000.
That's the guy sitting right here.
Sub-Saharan Africans are albino.
It says they are normally born into black African families and tend to identify with the black community.
Well, there you go, Gene.
They what?
They tend to identify with the black community.
I do. I hired one.
Can a black albino get sunburn?
I think a black albino guy is very sensitive to the sun.
I sent you a picture of a
black albino
Sub-Saharan American.
Okay, let me see here.
Oh, actually, it says, according to WHO, in America, 1 in 5,000.
That's me.
All right, hold on.
Let's see this.
Let's see this once I pull it up here.
What the hell?
Yeah, but I'm only 7% of that.
I know, but still.
But still.
Would that be considered whiteface?
I mean, Gene, if you were to take your hat off, I know you haven't done your hair or not, but you do have black guy hair.
Is it kind of hair like
yeah,
black guy hair.
It's a little curly.
You got black guy hair, buddy. I mean, that's good.
It's not that kinky.
I mean, but
Yeah, the hat kind of, messed it up a little bit.
Did you see where the USF men's basketball coach died, and it wasn't even like a heart attack or some type of medical condition? Supposedly it was an elective, due to complications while he was going on a medical procedure. Man, the Lummy, the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App machine is on absolute fire right now for Gene Lasker. Woo! Gene Lasker brings it in, my friends.
Thank you.
$100, and Mushroom Mitch. He's actually giving a shout out to Lummy's dad.
Oh, thanks, Mitch.
So again, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. If you appreciate what you're hearing, that's how we make it all work around here. Here is the story. Now, wasn't this guy? He was kind of a breath of fresh air in the fact that the University of South Florida, somewhat of a local story, but the University of South Florida, they over the years have had a few teams that were competitive.
Yeah, it was an up and down.
Have they ever made the tournament?
Yeah,
Yes,
they've made the tournament a few times.
Yeah.
But for the most part, they've been considered ass buckets. Like they're a team that'll go 12-18.
Before he arrived,
it's at Georgia, right?
6-7 years. To Havoc, $50. Gene is the man. Before he arrived, there was about a 7-year ass bucket run.
And so we get this guy. He was, I think, an assistant at Georgia.
No. He was the head coach at Kennesaw State for 2 years and turned them around from 1-28 to the NCAA
Iggy
tournament.
McGillicuddy, 25 on the YouTube chat. YouTube chat's going to be huge today. 25 a month. How about it, Gene Lasker?
But he was turning around the program.
So
big time.
he was turning around the University of South Florida men's basketball program. They should have made the tournament last year.
Correct.
I think they were 20 wins.
I think they were 24-7. I think, or something like that.
They were good.
Yes,
they got screwed out of the tournament.
A lot of transfers,
and then was it last night he died?
Yeah, yesterday.
USF Athletics tonight, where Amir Abdur-Rahim, the head men's basketball coach for the Bulls, has died.
So sad, so shocking here. The school says he died from complications during a medical procedure, and sports director Scott Smith is here now with us in studio. Scott, tragic details. He was only 43 years old.
Yeah, so young. So we are all in shock over today's news. There are not many details that have emerged regarding Abdur-Rahim's passing.
Which just goes to show you, man, a lot of times, if you're going in for just an elective procedure like a colonoscopy or just something that they got to put you under,
it's always a risk, right?
Yeah, that's why they make you sign the paperwork that it's always a risk that something can go awry, and
doctors make mistakes.
Well, they do, and or sometimes anesthesiologists. Gas you.
I was nervous when I had my hernia surgery, man, because I think I heard the anesthesiologist arguing with his wife on the phone before he came in. I'm like, this guy's
he's not going to have his head on straight while he's giving you the gas.
Yeah, and they wouldn't let me shave before the downstairs area for some reason.
Your pubes?
They wanted to do it.
We know that he was undergoing a medical procedure, as stated today, at a Tampa area hospital, though we don't have confirmation on what it was just yet, and a complication arose during that procedure. For as unthinkable as this is, to those who covered him, spoke with him, cheered for him, he leaves behind a young family as well, a wife and 3 children, so it's a very difficult news. In a statement, the school says it is heartbroken over his passing, and that Coach Abdur-Rahim was a tremendous man and leader with infectious personality, a shining light to all he encountered. He took over the Bulls program last season and led an unbelievable turnaround. 25 wins in the program's first ever top.
25 wins, and you're right, Gene. He looks healthy as hell.
Yeah.
Like he whips some ass.
25 ranking. What he did in such a short time at USF was truly remarkable. USF's Vice President of Athletics, Michael Kelly, saying he was authentic, driven. His infectious personality captivated all of Bulls Nation. Kelly says the school is supporting those closest to him to ensure that they have the resources they need to deal with this tremendous loss.
Wow.
USF President Rhea Law saying in a statement, throughout my time working with Coach Abdul Rahim, I was continually inspired by his leadership and truly admired his sincere approach to connecting with our entire student body. His influence on our student athletes, coaching staff, and the university community will live on.
43 years old, man.
Wonder if he was vaccinated.
Forever.
Probably.
So this comes as the basketball program is less than 2 weeks away from the start of a new season.
Boy, and before I go into words, by the way, Gloria Zach, Lummy, my good friend.
Yeah.
My mom's best friend at where she lives in a retirement community, only about 5 miles from Gene Lasker, is named Sue, and Sue's daughter's name's Gloria. She's that wedding planner. Is she Gloria Bug in chat?
Yes, Glowbug.
Glowbug. She just PayPal'd for Lasker Fridays, and then I think somebody just else. Lasker's
Uncle Eric, $100. Love Gene.
Lasker, you're a moneymaker, Lasker.
Well, I'll keep coming on Fridays if they pay.
All right, so
I don't, come here for nothing.
Right, if they're
be
not
worthless.
Right, we can't pay the light bills.
People like it, and they appreciate it, and throw a couple bucks so we keep the lights on.
God doesn't open up his wallet and pay.
God ain't jumping out your pocket paying nothing.
Now let me tell you something. God does not jump out of your wallet to pay those bills. Those bills keep on coming, say the great Gene Lasker. Go ahead and open the wallet for us though, and donate via PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App, all at the Bubba Army.
Thank you,
now
Macho
back
Man.
to the show.
I did not hit that. Macho Man took it upon himself to hit that, so please don't think I'm over hitting buttons around here, okay? I'm not even in control most of the time now. The big decision, I was gonna cover it live, try to be kind of live on our YouTube channel and be watching it off camera on TV. But they milked it out for about 48 minutes. It was supposed to be at 4:30.
Sorry, guys.
And no. They announced
I know, but it was a big. I thought they were. It was a big nothing burger.
But it's not your fault in the fact that they announced. The district of attorney, this guy's office, announced that they were going to have the announcement that, their press conference at 1:30 California time. So
I know, and I texted the whole team, and I was like, get ready. There's going to be a big announcement. And I thought, they're going to get released from prison. And then I fell asleep. And
Mike Thurman, $100.
Wow.
Gene Lasker?
Purple Top Chop Assassin.
So...
What?
Tuttle.
No.
So it ended up being really a big nothing burger, and it's kind of turning into now, and we're going to talk about it when we come back, but it's also now turning into somewhat of a political posturing because supposedly within this guy's office, now this guy is the district attorney for Los Angeles, and he's up for re-election, and the guy going against him may not feel the same way. This is strictly the district attorney's call.
Well, the guy that's going against them better find Tupac's killer real fast and prosecute him.
Yeah. So they're saying okay, couple things. One, it's not. It wasn't kind of what people thought it was going to be, where he was going to say, we're going to reduce the charges down to manslaughter. At that point, they would have
time served.
They would the guideline sentencing for manslaughter at that time was 5 to 10 to 12 years. They've served 34, so they're going to be let out on time served.
Who'd they kill?
They killed their mom and dad.
And you only get 5 years for that?
Well, Gene, it's a whole documentary, and their dad was touching them. Their dad was raping them. Hold on.
So that's
hold on. I want you to hear me. Their dad, according to the documentary, and there are witnesses and there are family members that corroborate the two kids' testimony that the dad started raping. There was two kids, Lyle and Eric. Lyle was the oldest one. Eric was a
Well, shouldn't they get charged too?
Well, just they're dead, Gene.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the people who knew.
Well,
No one names their kid Lyle anymore.
Yeah, Gene, I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna go to words and I'm gonna walk you through this, and we'll get Gene Lasker justice, okay? We'll do first Gene Lasker justice, and then we'll start breaking down what really happened and the ruling that came from the LA District Attorney when we get back.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Guys, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's way long ago, man? That's long
86, 87.
Son, they've been in jail and still not going to court? Or they're trying to get out?
I don't know how it all came to be again, but I just feel like even
the documentary and TikTok.
Was it? But even if this is a political thing, like who cares? Like if they were really getting fucking molested and they can get out because of evidence, like let them get out, man. I don't care who the DA in California is, right?
No, you're right. But their other side of the fence are trying to make it a political.
You know what the other side of the fence can do? Swing for my fucking beanbag. And they can fall off of it too.
Well, say that when we get back on the air, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
My friends texting me. Yeah, Lasker, they call you Bobby Albino, Abdul Rahim. You're extra white.
Good morning, everybody. Justin Buck's in here. 3/4 time Willie. Organic Gene. Good morning, everybody. And I've actually got Rumble chat open as well, too, so I can say hello. Bubba Wendy. Hope everybody's having a good morning. We're gonna do the hype train next break here. We're gonna move around to every member, and we're gonna say positive affirmations about people on the show like we did last week. Seems like everybody liked that. I think next segment, we should start with Gene Lasker. You guys can just mark out the Gene, tell him how good he is.
Oh, I don't know if he needs any more of that.
Yeah.
Gene, you like marijuana?
No.
That's cool.
I'll take a couple of hits off that little. Oh, when my wife's got one of them chromies where you hit the button.
The vape pen, yeah.
Like at night, just as I'm laying there, I call her Sarah Bogey.
You should.
I said, hey Bogart. She goes, what does that mean? And I go,
hey Bogart, give me a hit.
You're not passing. You're not puff passing.
You got to pass it.
And she goes, you don't want that? I go, yeah, maybe I do.
Maybe I do want some.
Was she Sherlocking it?
Huh?
Was Sherlocking it? She just was like.
When I met her, she was on Valium and
she probably all of it.
Valium,
all of it.
And you helped her get off?
She's scared to death of everything. It's hard for her to even go grocery shopping.
I'm on a lot of anxiety medication.
And she's on that. And
I'm off all of them now.
It's just
good for you.
She's scared, and you know she's had a tough life, and it's in her head, and you can't even get it out of it. You know, even though she's in her house, safe and sound.
Rhino, how are you?
She's still scared.
No, Iggy McKillicuddy. I see you, buddy. Sorry.
Gene's got too much knowledge to only be on the radio once a week, man.
I got you, Iggy.
Yeah, but Gene also has a multi-million-dollar business.
Well, I understand, but he's got a tough exterior, but he understands the human condition also.
Oh yeah, he does. Sure.
Okay, you know what?
Good morning.
He does.
Gene, I'm actually being genuine.
I've known Gene for 30 years. A little bit of Gene goes a long way. One day a week's about right for him.
Same goes for me too.
Yeah.
No, I'm for real.
I don't feel like you. I don't feel like I see you guys and I go, I'm good seeing you guys once a week. I want more.
No, but you'll get tired of me.
Why?
No, you will. I'll tuddle you up. You'll get mad.
You'll get tuddled up.
Don't tuddle me up again. Don't tuddle me up
all
again.
The radio that I do with Bubba is people got tired of me. It's me and Bubba get tired of each other.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lasker, did you give the slides to Coben and what? Because that's the.
Yeah, he loves them.
The kids wear those kind of things.
Yeah, he wears them. I don't allow him to wear them much. He's not allowed to wear them because you can't get in reverse. If you can't get in reverse instantly, you can fall.
What do you think? Everything's a fight? You think everything?
No, everything ain't a fight, but you're picking something up and you go to stumble and you go to backwards and one of the floppers flip over forward and cock your toes up and you're going on your nose.
So you don't allow him to wear his Bubba Army slides very often, but he does like them.
Yeah, he wears them around the house or he goes in, gets the trash cans and
they're my
stuff
house
like
slippers.
He can wear them, but he can't wear them working around me.
Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army shop, Bubba Army store. There are a limited supply. How about his knife? Did he like his knife?
Yeah, he's always got that in his pocket other than school.
I got mine.
Right.
But the Wolf guy, the fence guys were really putting it over.
Oh, I love those guys. Thank you so much to Austin and his worker. And they really because that fence, Lummy, from the homeless guy climbing on it, which I know he is, to the hurricane. Now we got the black skirting back up. I think you guys even went around, like you got all of it down that one row and then even went around a little bit.
Yeah, we went around
the corner a little bit.
Yeah.
Lummy thought somebody was, we walked outside, he thought somebody was on the other side of the wall crawling through the woods.
Yeah, it was either a big raccoon or a big black man.
Yeah.
I saw the guy. I finally saw the homeless guy. He said what's up to me the other day.
He did.
Yeah, I got scared.
He
goes, what's up, brother? I was like, I got in my car real quick before anything else could happen.
He now has made this his ground zero because he's enamored with these goats. And that has Lummy concerned that he is living on the other side of our wall, which is a city of Tampa easement, which I guess they're allowed
to
make
a trap for him.
He's moving furniture in.
Put a bear trap out there.
Oh, gee.
He'll put his foot in that baby and he will never come back.
Make some like Viacom type traps.
I mean, here's the thing, though, Gene. Like, if we got caught putting a trap over there, then I don't know that it's not our property to put a trap on.
Yeah. What if some kid's walking back in there?
Yeah. Well, first of all, nobody should be walking back there because it's very unkept and it's very, very forest-like. Like it's real thick with bushes and like Lummy. It's not. They really need to come in there and thin it out. What they really need to do.
They do.
They need to come in there and cut back some of those big oak trees that I can literally take my leaf blower and blow our parking lot out so it's completely looks beautiful. And the next day, all those oak trees, they shed so bad. You can't even keep up with it.
Bubba, I went to go early vote yesterday, and there was an amendment about putting bear traps on property, and I voted yes, and I think it's going to get passed.
Here's the deal.
So we should start doing it now.
As people of Florida start either early voting or voting by mail or in 9, 10, 11 days go to the polls.
Those poll workers are so nice, man.
There's 4 amendments. Of course, you have your big sexy election, which is the president of the United States, and you got some various senators and congressmen and a mosquito catcher, and should the second DCA judges retain their deal.
I skipped all those.
Yeah, you can. By the way, you
can skip them.
Yeah,
yeah.
you can.
I got the write-in ballot. Can I write in and vote too?
Do you live in Pasco or Hillsboro?
Pasco.
All right. So listen, Gene.
Oh no.
And
I put your name in there.
You did.
Yeah.
All right. Fantastic. Right.
And then my people got mad at me.
What do you mean?
Well, you remember Mark with the bucket shoes?
Yeah.
He hooked us up with the bucket dude.
By the way, here, let me tell you a story. Seth, let me tell you a story.
Okay.
This is the most unbelievable story. Just because one, Dick Butkus is a Hall of Famer. So anytime you got a chance to meet a Hall of Famer, that's regardless of who he played for.
Yeah, rest in peace.
And two, your favorite team of all time, a Chicago Bear, and three, arguably one of the top 5 all-time Bears. You got Walter, you got Dick Butkus, you got probably.
I don't think you ever paid me for that bet neither.
All right, just shut up. So now you know just a little bit of time that you spent with Gene Lasker. If Gene Lasker comes to you and said, "Hey, let me tell you something. I had Dick Butkus at my shop yesterday when he wants to come in on the show," I go, "Okay, Gene, you mean Dick Butkus as the former Chicago Bear football player?" "Yeah. He was at my now this is when Gene's shop was on Anderson, and it wasn't nearly it didn't even look like a shop. Like, Gene, you had to drive down this driveway, then you had to make a left, and then you had to you really had to know where now, man, when you pull up to Buffalo Avenue powder coating, it looks like a real business. I mean, it's
expensive.
You got a big sign out front?
Oh yeah, but I'm saying though, Gene, it's a standalone building that's not part of 5 or 6 other businesses.
Right.
It really. But your other place, was not so.
That's because it was in the beginning, and I didn't know if I was going to make it or not.
I understand that. So when Gene tells me that Dick Butkus went by his powder coating shop yesterday, hung out, wanted to learn the process of powder coating, and has a new boot called the Butkus boot, and wants to come on my show to promote it. Well, I mean, just on the surface, Seth, what do you say, Gene?
You mean am I skeptical? Or?
Yeah, I mean, you're like, come on, Gene. You're telling me Dick Butkus.
I get Dick Butkus on the show.
And
Only thing is, he's going to promote his show.
So I go, okay, Gene, if you really know Dick Butkus, the Dick Butkus, bring him. This is when we were on Sirius XM.
Gene's not like a football mark. He doesn't seem like
Gene knows nothing about football.
Not much. I know about it.
If I told Gene, watch these simple questions of Chicago Bear. And chat, Tuttle.
I don't got no chat on.
Okay, who's the greatest running back of all time for the Chicago Bears that wore number 34?
O.J. Simpson.
Seth, you can see what I'm working with here, right?
Shout out to
Walter.
Walter.
Ran for somebody.
Yeah, no,
he ran for a lot of different places.
I know it's some
So
black guys.
okay, let me ask you another very simple question that every Chicago Bear. What family owns the Chicago Bears?
I don't know that. Who are they?
The Hallis family.
Why would you want to remember that name?
Well, I mean, because it's the absolute biggest. It's the most.
Let's try this.
It's the most prestigious name in pro football.
Better than Glacier?
Yeah, please.
Absolutely. What's Taylor Swift's favorite team?
What's Taylor Swift's favorite team? And she's dating a guy that's on the team.
Yeah, but she really likes Dallas, but she's lying and saying that she likes the red guys.
The red guys.
Are you talking about the Redskins?
No, the red guys.
The red guys. The red jerseys.
Yeah,
Kansas City. That's
it. And what's their nickname? The Kansas City what?
Chiefs.
There we go.
Where'd you hear she liked Dallas?
Yeah, rumor on the street is. So anyway, this way, Seth. Listen, he comes to me.
Yeah.
He comes to me and says, "Hey, man, I met Dick Butkus today." And I'm like, come on, man. I mean, come on, brother.
Was he getting powder coated?
And so, no. So anyway, he goes, he's got these new things called Butkus boots, and they got springs on the soles of them, and I got a pair of them. They're actually pretty nice. I wore a couple of them for the last couple of days as work boots, and they're nice. And he wants to come in on the show and promote his boot. I go, Gene, if you know if it's really Dick Butkus, because when you walk in the building, Mike Brent and all my guys sports guys will know if it's Dick Butkus. Then
I was bringing a
absolutely
make-believe Butkus.
Yeah, I mean, I saw some, So listen, I got bamboozled one time with this guy named Ronald McDonald.
Really?
Yeah, this dude said that he was Ronald McDonald, and he was like the son of Ray Kroc that started the McDonald franchise. And I had to, he tried to bamboozle me, but I saw through that. So I told Gene, this is when we were on Sirius XM. It was like a Thursday night. I said, Gene, we were on 3 to 7 back then. I said, Gene, like 5 o'clock, 5:30 is our prime time, drive time when the most people are listening. If you really have Dick Butkus, the former Chicago Bear, the current Hall of Fame inductee, Dick Butkus, number 51. If you have him as your friend, then come to the radio station when we're on, over by on Lemon at 5:15, and we'll have him on for the rest of the show from 5:15 to 7. We'll talk football. We'll talk his boots. We'll do whatever. Sure enough, 5:15. Here's Dick Butkus in my now it gets better. It gets so much better. So
you bring little baby helmets, signed them.
So Seth, just in case, I had a couple Chicago Bear helmets and I had a Dick Butkus jersey. I went and scrambled around and got them just in case the numbnut was right. Sure enough, he signed everything.
Yeah.
Whatever he wanted, took pictures. Now here's the deal.
You said his boots sucked though, Bubba.
No, his boots didn't suck. They didn't suck.
No.
How is he getting around?
He's dead.
I mean, at that time,
He was getting around
good.
Yeah, he wasn't on a cane or nothing.
Were you, Gene? Did you have a good back and forth with him? Were you like friends with him? Did you have a?
Well, Gene's friend was friends with him.
My friend, he's like an inventor. He invents things, and he invented them boots. And when he invented them boots, and he got with Bucket somewhere in an airport, and he talked to him, and he gave him the set of boots, and then Bucket's called him back and said, "Man, they really work nice."
I'll put my name on them.
I want to put my name on them
for 50%
and whatever, and that's how they sold all the boots.
So now listen. So we talk about the boots. We have Dick on. Here's the kicker, Seth. Here's the most amazing thing at all. Like your dad Larry would freak out. So we get done during the show. It's 7 o'clock. Dick's having a great time. We're done. We're like, okay, Dick, we're done.
He's lingering.
No, he's lingering. And he says this, and I'm not kidding you.
He had nothing else to do.
He goes, now there's me, there's Manson, there's Spice Boy, there's Brent, there's Bubba, there's Gene.
And Mark.
And Mark. So, and then a couple, there's a total of 10 of us. 10. And Dick Butkus goes, hey, how about we all go out for a steak dinner? I heard there's a good place down the road, Charlie's. Now, Charlie's is as expensive as, it's, it's not cheap. It's one of the
$100 a plate.
Oh, easy, with sides. He goes, how about I buy all you guys, whoever wants to, and there's 10 of us. A steak dinner. And I heard there's a place down the road called Charlie's. It's really nice. So Dick Butkus calls Charlie's, plays the name game. Hey, this is Dick Butkus. I got a party at 10 that I'm literally right down the street. Can you guys sneak us in? They get us in the back VIP room. We have dinner with Dick Butkus. Anything you want. Drinks, cocktails, tomahawk steaks, scallop potatoes, whatever. I bet you the bill was $1,200.
Was he getting wasted?
Yeah, he was drinking. Yeah, he was drinking. He was drinking. He was
pretty funny.
He was drinking and telling us stories about how he used to call it he would literally try to screw a guy's head off. He's like, when I tackled a guy high, I like to try to rip his face off. Like he was just telling. So not only do we have the guy on the air for an hour and a half promoting his boots, but then afterwards, I remember turning to Brent and say, Brent, we're having a steak dinner with Dick Butkus.
Maybe the meanest player of all time.
Let me tell you, he talked about his thumb. And his thumb is like 3 inches wide and about 4 inches long.
He would gouge you in the eye with it.
Every time he would tackle someone, he put the thumb on part of his body and hurt it. whether it was your shoulder, stomach, back, neck, head.
Ribs. He said a lot of times he'd tackle a guy and he'd take his thumb and he'd just dig it into the guy.
Into him.
And he goes, that's why running backs always tried to get off the ground as fast as they could.
Get away from him.
After he tackled him, because they knew that he was going to pinch him or thumb him. He goes, I pinch a guy.
He bragged about that.
Yeah, he bragged about that. He was like, on a fumble scrum, I'd take my helmet off. I'd unbuckle my helmet and start biting guys to get the ball.
I bet they would grab genitalia and twist, too.
All of that. But so Seth, I was just, Dick Butkus might be one of the coolest football players I've ever met in my life.
And Gene made it happen.
And this 7% albino African American made it happen.
Brought it to the table.
Yeah. It's unbelievable. It was just, and he could not. Listen. After we did the show and gave him $1 zillion worth of free promotion, I think Gene, they sold a couple thousand of those.
Way more than that.
Yeah. So anyway, but then for him to say, "Hey, let me take you down to one of the nicest joints in town," and it's on me. Like nobody even think about breaking out your wallet. It's on me.
He fell in love with the show. He fell in love with the dynamics of the show and all the people.
I think he came on a few more times.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
And those guys love the camaraderie from their playing days of being in the locker room with all the guys.
Well, between Brent and Bubba knowing so much.
Yeah, just because we were,
really turned him on.
Just like you, Seth. We know football.
Right.
And just asking him questions,
But was Brent all up in his ear the whole time?
No, not at all. He was promoting his boot, too.
No, but see, but that was back in the mean Bubba days, and Butkus was Bubba's at that moment.
What do you mean? I was mean back then.
Yeah, if Brent got too close to Bubba to Butkus, Bubba pushed him away. Get away.
I'm like, Brent, stop marking out, bitch.
Get away.
I'd be like, Brent, stop marking out, bitch. And Dick would be like, you talk to your guys like that? And I'd be like, And he goes, man, I really like you.
No, but I just think
the meaner I was, the more Dick liked it.
I feel like Brent would be like, all right, Dick Butkus, 1964 that you played a snap right here against the Minnesota Vikings.
And he did.
Yeah.
What coverage were you in?
And Dick would tell him.
And Dick loved it.
And Dick would be like, oh, the only thing I cared about was killing Fran Tarkington. He did say this, so Seth, the one thing I took away from him, he goes, I wasn't really that good at pass coverage. Pass coverage is way overrated. I wanted to blitz. So he did say that him and Papa Bear Hallis would get into fights because Dick didn't want to cover that running back coming out on the flat.
Yeah, well, he's smart because it's a mismatch.
See, he wanted to just go full bore. So he'd be like, there have been many a times that he had, coverage responsibilities, and he would just try to blitz in there and kill the guy. And a lot of times, teams would get like an 8 or 9 or 10-yard gain on Dick because the guy's uncovered, and Hallis would try to pull Dick. Papa Bear would try to pull Dick out of the game to scold him, and so Dick's replacement would run onto the field, and Dick would tell him, either you go back to the sidelines or I'm going to kick your ass after the game. And the guy would run back and say, Dick won't come out.
Hey, at his prime, how tall and what weight was he carrying?
I think he was 6'2", 240. So I think. Let me ask Alexa.
6'3".
Alexa, how big was Dick Butkus, the football player?
Dick Butkus was 6 feet 3 inches tall. He weighed 245 pounds.
And for back in the 60s
That's
and
big.
70s, that's big. And he had some wheels on him, too. So anyway.
He was about that when we seen him.
He was pretty big.
Yeah.
Cool dude. I gotta find, I think it's in the back of the merch
his son
tray.
was with him, too.
I gotta find, I know I have that jersey laying around here somewhere. And he signed at Dick Butkus Hall of Fame. I think he got in 77, maybe. I forget what year he got in. But
that's good money right now if you wanted to get rid of it.
And it's an authentic one. It's not like a.
We'd have to share some of that money with me if you sold it because you got it because of me.
Gene.
No, that was his
I never
jersey.
even got the money on my bet.
Gene.
Seriously. You're a nice guy now. You should pay.
I'm not paying because you're doing so much better than me. You're just killing it. You're straight killing it. Yeah, you got enough money to buy a $30,000 generator. Don't start dinging me for
But
money.
because I work, I'm penalized?
Well, no, but
you don't need that bet, Gene.
You're doing a lot better than all of us.
Yeah, you're doing really good, Gene.
All of us combined probably don't.
God's not opening their wallet up for us right now, okay? That comes from you.
God is smiting us.
So let me so I can stay on time. I will tell you this. I don't know who it was. Because it didn't have a note in it. But somebody sent me an Amazon package. And it was it had and I'll show it to you here. It's Bezo lemon oil. It's extra.
That would be Napa Mike then.
All right, so Napa Mike.
Is that for the throat?
Is there honey in there too?
Hold on, extra virgin olive oil with lemon. Hold on, and then some honey.
Yeah, that's Napa Mike.
And I took a slug of both, and I'm just telling you. I mean, I'm not gonna get behind the chains and say that this is definitely gonna work, but I feel as if I'm not clearing my throat as much.
Is it raw honey? Because that's supposed to be really good for your throat.
Honey Feast, New Zealand, MANUKA, infused honey with some kind of something else. It's infused with something.
Bee poop.
Is that what honey is?
Oh, it's got it in it.
Well, I mean, I think at the end of the day, honey is bee poop.
Okay.
I mean, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't.
How's it taste?
Doesn't it?
I thought it was jism.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Is that what honey is? Is bee jizz?
Yeah.
I thought it was vomit.
Yeah, it's actually vomit.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
We all went to school in Florida, and we're all hearing different things, Bubba.
honey. I think honey is bee vomit.
It's either poop or vomit.
Because I think they
no jism.
No, I don't think there's any jizz in it. I think it's all vomit.
What?
I think honey is bee vomit.
Well, I'm off.
The jizz got to go somewhere because there's only one queen, and all of them ain't.
They ain't getting any.
Yeah, the queen is a lot like.
She's got a donk on her. You ever seen a queen bee? Big fat butt.
With a nice stinger.
This show is really taking a turn for the worst. From a,
I'm having fun for the first time today.
For the a very rare Dick. Well, you're still hard over the Dick Butkus deal. What would you have done if you're on the show and Dick Butkus rolls up in here?
For real, Bubba, I mean, Dick Butkus is, I respect the Bears history tremendously. It was before my time, but I would try to get whatever I could for my dad.
Yeah, for Larry. Larry would be just hard telling the story.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to get a picture and hear Dick Butkus because not only is he just a Chicago Bear legend, but a football legend, like
Hall of Fame.
One of the toughest guys to ever lace him up. So
talk about two linebackers in the NFC in that division in that era of Dick Butkus. There was another guy for the Packers named Ray Nitschke. Man, talk about two dudes in the same division that were just absolute I don't think Minnesota had a dominant linebacker at the time. I don't think Detroit had a dominant linebacker at the time. But boy, at that era, mid 60s to early 70s, Butkus was with the Bears and Nitschke was with the Packers. Talk about, man, both Hall of Famer, both dead now, both Hall of Famers. Lummy, we need to put an all points bulletin out for that Butkus jersey. I know it's around here somewhere. I might.
Is it in the back?
I'm going to have you look for it.
I will.
So I need to go to the Hall of Fame over this.
What do you mean?
I agree.
I get me a plastic head on the wall.
Yeah, you get a bus.
He should
bring that guy on the show.
Gene.
Yeah, there you go.
Here's the deal. Let me. I have to go to words, and then I got to walk you through the Menendez deal. And by the way, Napa Mike, thank you because I think your lemon oil. I tasted a little bit of it. It's not bad tasting, and the little honey deal. If I take little hits of that all day, I find so far my throat. I guarantee you that I've cleared my throat 50% less.
By the way, we were all wrong about the bees. It's not vomit. It's not bee semen. It is flowered nectar broken down into simple sugars.
Boo!
But where does it come out of? Their ass? Out of their mouth? I think they throw it up.
No, they collect it.
Neil Malpazir, $50.
So it's in their hand?
No, it's not in their hands. Bees don't have hands.
Their legs.
Well, how they collect it then?
But that's how they pollinate other flowers.
But what I'm saying is when they go into the honeycomb and lay the raw honey, does it come out their ass? I heard it came out their mouth. They threw it up into the honeycomb. Find that.
Okay, I'll see how they transport it.
Yeah. Let me see if you can find the Dick Butkus jersey.
Will do.
When I come back, Gene.
Yeah.
You can't be on the Hall of Fame because you're a member of the show. So those are for people that, aren't members of the show. I'm not trying to say you're better than that, but that's not.
Well, then just say that I'm better than that.
Well,
and I'll be good with it.
As a co-host, you are. It's bigger to be a co-host than to be on the Hall of Fame.
You're right.
I've been on this radio a long time, and I've never been called a co-host. I've always just been Lasker comes in the door, and
you're a co-host.
Don't listen to what he says because it's not there. We don't believe in everything he says.
Do you want your own bust?
Hold on.
Do you want your own bust?
I mean, hold on.
Everybody else has got one.
No, we don't. Seth doesn't have one. I don't have
You got
one.
one. You had a full size one at your house one time.
No, I don't.
At your house?
Bubba, do you think I don't want the Hall of Fame to to change anything, but do you think that maybe like each year there should be a lifetime achievement award that they do, and like Lasker could get that?
Tell him, Sap.
No, I think Gene needs to look at himself as a co-host. I look at him as a co-host. I look at Tuttle as a co-host. I look at Babyface as a co-host. But Dan's a co-host.
All the people up on the wall, they've all made significant contributions to the show.
I know. They're not co-hosts.
Yeah, and all the co-hosts ain't made really good competition for the show.
Or contributions.
By the way, you're right. They did regurgitate the nectar.
Thank you.
Somebody just called me
profusely apologized to me.
I'm sorry. Somebody just called me a dumb F. Tuttle is a dumb F.
There you go. Hold on. A dumb F co-host.
A dumb F.
Gene, not listen. Those are the people that keep the show on the air. We are the people that do the show on air.
Oh, okay.
But if you needed an investment at the last second, Gene could probably infuse you, Bubba.
If I needed $5,000, like first of all, I go to my sister. But if I was in the ditch at 3 a.m. and I knew I was going to jail,
I'd come get you.
Probably my first call would be Gene Lasker. Be like, Gene, I'm going to be in the Orient jail. You know where it's at. You've been there 10 times. Can you? I think they put my bail at $3,000 or something. Can you come get me?
Does he then get word to the boys to look out for you while you're there?
No, I'm not even going to be there long enough to go. I probably won't even get. It matters what I do.
What's the largest sum you would be willing to loan Bubba or get him out of trouble?
I don't even want to go there.
I don't know. I mean, probably nothing.
Gene, you know damn well if I needed anything, you would do it.
Gene sounds like he'd go up to 50.
What kind of interest would you charge him on?
None. Gene, what's been the longest time that you were at the Orient? Were you there for 15 days once?
Yeah, like 15 days.
Was it because you did something so bad that they gave you no bail?
No, I wouldn't tell on somebody.
There you go.
So they threw you in there.
Yeah.
And they're like, you can get out if you tell us.
Tell us who was there. Yeah.
And you're like, what? I ain't no rat.
Yep.
And so after 15 days, they knew
we got pulled over, and we were playing hell on the bikes, and they really wanted him, not me. But I'm the one who swerved in front of the cop, made him hit the brakes, and he can get away. And so then I pulled over and said, "What?
Hold on.
You acting like an idiot?"
Gene's setting screens.
Hold on, Gene's setting screens. Gene's like Otis Wilson setting screens.
Pick and roll.
So hold on, Gene. You and your other, let's just call biker buddy.
Yeah, we're coming down 19.
Right, and
hot.
Coming down hot, and next thing you know, 5-0's on you.
Yeah, well, it got on him because he cupped through a couple of cars and outgot me, and then the cop was boop, and he gets on him. So then I zip up and cut in front of the cop and hit the brakes and slow him down and get my buddy to get gone, and then I pull over.
So they have to now stop.
You're right. And he didn't want me because I didn't do nothing wrong. And he goes, well, you pulled in front of me and hit the brake. I said, yeah, because you turned the lights on. I said, I just pulled in front of you because I figured,
you wanted both of us.
Yeah.
Do you think you could have outran him on your bike?
Yeah, we could.
But he was running.
But I wanted my buddy to really outrun him because he didn't have a license.
Well, yeah, because
he was holding the guns.
Well, yeah. So here's the deal. Let me. I got to go to words, but let me break this down.
Don't forget words.
Statute of limitations have expired on this situation, and there's no names mentioned.
Right.
No names mentioned. No motorcycle clubs mentioned. No nothing. This might have been just Gene and his buddy out for a stroll.
Well, he did his time. He did 15 days, Bob. He's a changed man.
So Gene, so the guy that Gene's with, he's got the guns in his saddlebag. Gene's clean.
Was he a felon?
I don't think so. We're not going in there.
Well, I don't think he was a felon, but
Tuttle, from this point forward, shut up. I'm asking the questions. Okay? Thank you.
Should I shut up too?
No. Yes, everybody shut up because I know how I have to say this in order to make all parties happening and us not to be killed tomorrow. Okay? for a certain motorcycle club to throw a grenade into our front door at 8:15 on Monday. So Gene's just a regular bike dude, not even part of a club, and so's his buddy. And his buddy happens to not have a license, might be in trouble with the law, and has got some guns. Okay? Gene's saddlebags are clean. He ain't got nothing in there. Whatever. Maybe his jacket or whatever. He's good, and he's got a license, and he ain't got no guns. He's not clean. I mean, the other guy's dirty. Gene's clean. So the cop gets behind the dirty guy and goes to light him up. Gene then pulls his hog in front of the cop and hits the brakes while the dirty dude
gets gone.
Scamps. He gets out. He's out.
That's good communication.
Well, that's just the way that you handle your buddy. So the cop gets out. And he has to pull Gene over now because Gene's
I stopped him.
And he's probably mad as absolute hell because he know you just pulled a switcheroo on him. So he says, "You're going to jail, buddy. You're going to jail." So they take you to jail for whatever charges, impound your bike, and then probably for 14 straight days, they ask you, "Who's your buddy? Who's your buddy?" I don't know. I mean, Gene, I'm assuming that's what you told him.
Yeah, I didn't know the guy.
Like when they would go, "Okay, listen, we're going to let you out if you just tell us."
He passed me like he passed you. I don't know.
So, Gene, would they come to you and say, "Gene, Mr. Lasker, if you just tell us who the dude was that you were riding with, we'll let you go"?
Yeah, they had brought me a plate during lunch and said, "This is what you're going to have for lunch."
Bologna?
And I said, "No, I ain't eating that." And he goes, "Well, you can leave and just got to write a name down." "Any name?" "No, we're going to look it up." And I said, "I don't know any names."
I've heard, I've not heard it from you, but I've heard it from your friends that one time you wrote Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck. Like you'd write names like that down. And
in the beginning, when they sat me down behind that, the table with the mirror walls, everybody's looking in, but you can't see them.
Mushroom Mitch love me $20. I love Gene Lasker biker stories. So you'd write down what? Donald Duck, Minnie Mouse, Mickey Mouse.
Your mom.
Your mom. Oh, that really pisses the cops off, doesn't it?
Yeah.
When you write down your mom, when they're questioning you.
They push you around pretty heavy.
So after 15 days, they knew they weren't going to break you, and they really didn't have you on any charges because you just basically went in front of the cop and slowed down, so they didn't really have you on much. That was probably as long as they could hold you. Right?
Yeah, they wouldn't hold me much longer because I called Hazelet.
What did they arrest you for initially?
They didn't. They didn't give me no charge. Careless driving,
obstruction, or some crap.
But it was careless driving. But they really, when we got in there, there was nothing. It was just they had me.
And they wanted that name.
Yep.
Did your buddy ever come back and take you out for a steak dinner or something? Or
yeah, that's what we do, though. We know what we're doing.
Yeah.
One guy's got to get away.
Yeah. Well, the guy that's running dirty.
Yep.
The guy that's running dirty.
He's got to go.
That's why you guys always got one guy that's clean and a bunch of dudes that are dirty.
Yep. I mean, I'd have to, even if I had to drop my bike in front of the cop to stop him from getting to the other guy, I got to do what I got to do.
That's the brotherhood, is it not?
I'd be your fall guy anytime, Gene.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
All right, guys. So, like last segment, we're gonna say positive things about Seth. Everybody in the chat, we're gonna.
Oh, we were talking about co-hosts versus Hall of Famers, Gene. He's a co-host.
No, before that, you were fixing to talk about something, and then you said, "Oh, I got to tell you this story."
Lori, oh my God, Lummy, I got so much to.
So we're doing affirmations, positive affirmations about Seth. Hey, Brian, how are you? So if you guys tell me your favorite things about Seth.
Yeah, well,
Yes, Seth is a man. I agree. FJ Bar 75.
Okay.
Ned Rusty Taint says Seth is less gay than B-Fud. Okay. Seth does have very quick wit. I agree. Brian from Philly says he is funny as shiz. Seth Eddie McGillicuddy says Seth has luxurious flowing locks of beautiful Jewish hair. Seth has a beautiful singing voice. I did not know that. Seth's podcasts keep me entertained after the main show. Seth's hair makes me smile. Tile Guru says that. One of my favorite things about Seth is he reminds me of Tuttle. I don't know if that's a positive thing, guys. Seth is a great dad, yes. Attack of the Dog says Seth has the vocal of a Greek god.
Now, why are we doing all this fucking blow smoke up each other's asses?
Well, it's better than negativity.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna make them.
Okay. Let it rip, guys.
Let it rip, and if you act like an asshole, we're gonna ban you.
Okay.
But we're not gonna, just have topics about how cool fucking Seth is.
Okay.
We're gonna make people.
I was gonna do
but
you
if,
next.
But if you say a ill word towards somebody, I'm gonna fucking block you.
Okay.
So just remember that.
All right. I was gonna do you next break.
No, we're not doing anybody. That's just that's zookeeper shit.
It's out.
So this ain't your show, okay, motherfucker? You're running these ideas by me.
I appreciate all the positivity.
Sorry, Bubba.
Thanks, guys. I thank you for all the positive things. All right, everybody. We're going to do 2 minutes left. Say your favorite thing about Bye Boy.
No.
Just everybody, 2 minutes, your favorite Bye Boy moment.
Let's not turn chat.
Yeah.
It's not turn chat
It's
into a
Jewish.
fucking...
I agree. I was being Jewish.
Remember when you had them shower to start the show each day, Bubba? That wasn't gay.
It's tough to run you to manage you fucks. Let chat be chat.
It's tough to be here every day.
Well, then don't be here. Leave.
You mean it?
Yeah. If you don't want to be here, leave.
What do you mean?
I'm just saying.
I'm not running from the toughness. I'm just saying.
I'm just not going to have topics about what chat has to talk about. I'm only going to have one rule. If you're fucking disrespectful, you're out. Other than that, I'm not going to make them tell me what their favorite fucking yippee-yo was. Or just
what if we asked them what they had for dinner last night? Is that too?
No topics. Just I'll read them.
You can ask them that, but not co-host specific topics.
All right, guys. What'd you have for dinner last night? Put it in, and only emojis. I only want to see emojis. People go, but poop.
I didn't even eat dinner last night.
Good morning, Easy Rider. How are you?
Hello, Tommy.
Oh, somebody said sushi. Good morning, Nampa Mike.
There we go, guys. Thank you. Dinner, love it. Dinner topics, love it. This is so great. This is what people are saying. Well, Adam, I hope I send you into a seizure before the end of the show, motherfucker. Hold your tongue, bitch.
Maybe I should ban him.
Oh. Who we need a ban?
Adam Wiley.
Nah, he just wanted some attention, man. He got it.
I'm tired of that mentality.
And here's Ronald Wayne said, yeah, shut up, Seth.
I'm tired of that mentality.
Oh, I love old dudes with big floppy heads.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Had to step in and redirect Tuttle. He's running like it's his own goddamn show, coming up with topics and various things that he wants you people in chat to do and reaffirmations and things like that. Tuttle, stop.
Yep. It won't happen again.
Stop trying too hard. Let it organically come to you, my friend.
Okay.
Thank you. And here's the only rule on chat. If you act like a dick, you say something disrespectful or
just let it go by. Why would you worry about it?
I'm gonna ban it.
So you don't like technology? That's what it is.
Let me had a ton of PayPal activity. Mushroom bitch. Back on the Gene Lasker tip.
All right.
Philip Veenhouse. Who's that? I feel as if is that just Philip Veenhouse? Or is that a particular name? Is that a particular chat name? 25. And then Glowbug. Gloria back on. The 25 and Buck with 100. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. No, Gene. It's just like this is a different dynamic than you. This is this type of radio that we're doing now, where you have an instant, where people can, if they want, have an instant tether into the show and have their opinions be heard. It's my show. I don't necessarily need to hear a bunch of negative stuff.
Okay, but you're just reading it. They're not hearing it unless you say it. So just don't say it. And then nobody's hearing it but you, and who cares?
Gene.
You let it get to you.
No, I don't. It's just my sandbox, and I want to surround
That's the old Bubba we love.
My stuff with positivity. How would you like to be there while you're spraying powder coating a part, and there's this computer screen right beside you telling you how much you suck, how you're doing it wrong, and how your business sucks, your powder coating sucks, you suck, and you're doing it wrong.
And you shouldn't have any Jews working for you.
And you shouldn't have any Jews working for you. And that's where I really draw the line. I guess there was a guy yesterday that was getting a little anti-Semitic, and I have zero tolerance for that.
Rob
Zero.
Green, $100.
And who's that?
Rob Green.
Thank you, Rob. And the moderators need to be on top of that. I have zero tolerance for that. That's not only hate to a co-host, but just that mentality outside.
It's not needed, right?
Outside of, even if I didn't have Seth on the show. If you are anti-Semitic or disrespectful to Jewish people, I have zero.
There's no reason for it.
There's no reason for it. So I don't know why that guy didn't get banned, but if I see it again, if I see it, you're banned.
There's Poker Player $20, and the people are saying that he was banned. It just took a second for them to ban him.
Okay, great.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Yep.
So, Gene, I want positivity. I live enough of my life, and there's other ways for people to tell me how much I suck. And this is unlike any part. You've been with me for a long time doing radio, and this is the first time that you've ever done radio with me where the fans have a direct input into us.
Yeah.
And that sometimes, if you don't keep a handle on that, people get chat cancer. They start looking at it. It starts messing with you, and it's a distraction to the show. The only other alternative would be for us to turn chat off. And now there's so many good people in there that are following along with the show, that are, and listen, I get some ideas from there. Every once in a while I'll look over there and there'll be a funny little one-liner I'll grab from chat. So chat is about 90-10 with good people, but those 10 people, that 10%, I swear to God, I'm going to try to weed out. It's not your right to be on my chat.
Can they still watch if they're blocked, or they just can't talk in the chat?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
They can watch, they just can't chat. Most of the time.
That's all right.
The way you've been doing it, Bubba, is you're just muting them, which means they can watch.
No, I think I hide the person. I think I've been hiding the person from the channel. Now, what does that mean? I think that means you're out. If I go to somebody and I block them, let me see.
Most of the time, if you're hiding them, you're just hiding them from the chat. So they can still watch the show. They just can't.
It says hide user on this channel. That's what I usually put them on. So what does that mean? Hide user on this channel.
Nobody can see their stuff?
No, they should. Yeah, no one can see it, and they can still watch.
Oh, okay, then that's great. That's even better. That's like putting little Johnny in a timeout and putting his nose in the corner.
Yeah.
So, you know what?
Making him like it.
Right. And so don't get yourself in that situation. Okay? So anyway, the biggest story that we even tried to cover live as it happened yesterday is the Menendez brothers. Now, Gene, here's the story. Back in the 80s, there was this guy. What was the dad's name? I forget the dad's name. I think the mom's name was it Kitty or Cat? I don't know.
Lyle Alzado?
No, not Lyle Alzado. He played for the Raiders.
Oh, okay.
Jose Menendez and Kitty Menendez.
Jose and Kitty Menendez, Gene, and they were very, very, very
Mexican.
Cuban.
Well, I mean,
Cuban.
Okay. They were very, very Cuban. Yes, Gene, you're right. I was going to say they were very affluent, and they lived in Beverly Hills. Now, Jose Menendez came over from Cuba to America in New York at 14 and worked his way up, started at working as a dishwasher in his uncle's cafe. And by the time you know it, he's, really busted ass in business. And he is now, I think he works his way up to maybe be the head of RCA Records. But anyway, early on, he meets his wife. Is her name Kitty?
Kitty.
Yes.
And they moved, they get married. She's kind of a beauty queen, beauty pageant queen, I think out of Ohio or Illinois.
So she wasn't Cuban?
No, she's just a white girl. And they marry, and they have 2 children, Lyle and Eric Menendez. And they move to Beverly Hills, and they're very affluent. Their father, Jose Menendez, was a very, very much a successful businessman. He went from being like the vice president of marketing for Hertz rental cars and to like the president of RCA Records. So he was cool. I mean, he was very successful.
And Menudo, right? Like he had a part.
I think he'd either discovered or was early on the management phase of Menudo. And Gene, that was an all-boy band, back in the 80s. A Mexican all-boy band.
Never heard of it.
All minors.
So
have you heard of Ricky Martin, Living La Vida Loca?
Yeah, he's heard of them.
Well, he was in that band.
Balls, old man.
Yeah. Hold on. Ricky Martin, Gene says, ... Lucille Ball's old man. No, that was Ricky Ricardo. Gene. The eyes that Gene Lasker sees life through is funny. So, Gene, at age 6, Jose Menendez, the father, starts raping. Oh, well, let me say. There's evidence to show that he starts raping his 6-year-old son. And by the age of 7 or 8, and I'm going to be, and Gene, watch your commentary on this because it could get us in trouble. But he starts putting objects in the kid's butt. He makes the kid gets down and give him oral. He full blown is, raping the oldest one, Lyle. Lyle gets to be about 9 or 10, and now his youngest brother, Eric, has to start getting raped by his father. But Lyle, his oldest son, now 10 or 11, who's been being raped for 3 or 4 or 5 years by his dad, he doesn't know that that's not what, if you're first, I can't really think of a person that's been raped or abused, but his mentality, Lyle's mentality is he thinks that this is what you're supposed to do. He doesn't, nobody necessarily sits you down and says, here's the birds and the bees. You just kind of organically figure it out. And he starts raping at the age of 10 or 11. Not only is Eric getting raped by his dad, but little Eric now is getting raped by his brother too.
No.
So he endures all of that. So finally at age when the oldest brother goes to Princeton and gets thrown out for plagiarism and comes home for the summer, Eric is still getting raped. He's like 14, 15. He's still getting raped. And Lyle is over it. And so one night, the dad tells Eric to go upstairs, and that is a precursor to, I'm going to come rape you. And his older brother, who's now back from college, has to sit out a year because he got in trouble for plagiarism, sticks up for his younger brother and says, Dad, it's over. It's not happening anymore. You're not going to do that to us anymore. You're not. And his dad, Jose, tells him, bug off, mind your own business, stop. Now, mind you, a caveat to all this, Gene, is that when Eric was 14, 15, on the latter stages of him being raped by his father, he is now trying to figure out his sexuality, and he thinks that he might be gay, and he starts messing around with boys privately behind his father's back. Well, his father catches word of this, and instead of asking him or, whatever, he makes his... Now, the mother knows about all of this all the time.
Well, she needs to die.
She's making excuses for her husband. She runs interference for her husband. She knows what's going on the entire time. To the point of when they thought Eric was gay and messing around with other boys. This is in the 80s in L.A. when, the Magic Johnson AIDS scare was going along, and, they automatically assumed that gay men had AIDS. And so, everybody was in an AIDS fever pitch.
BJ Pro, $50. Happy birthday, Miss Sally Fowler.
Thank you, Sally Fowler. Happy birthday.
Well, it would have been my mom's, I think that's why.
What's that?
Today would have been my mom, so that was my boss that donated. Yeah, it would have been my
real?
Yeah.
Today would have been your mom's birthday?
76.
Damn it. Happy birthday. And rest in peace.
You doing okay today, Tuttle?
You okay, buddy?
I'm being a little sensitive today, but I'm getting through it.
I understand. That's tough. I'm sorry. So, Gene, listen to this. So the dad thinks that his youngest son, that's the only one he can rape left. He thinks that he might be gay, messing around with boys. And he makes the mom. Now, this is a 13, 14-year-old boy. And his mom confronts him right when he comes out of the shower and says, I need to inspect your penis to make sure that there's no lesions or anything on there because your dad thinks that you're messing around with boys and he wants to make sure that you don't have AIDS. Now, that brings the mom into it. How messed up is that? Now, Gene, so finally they say, we're done. We've been raped. We've gone through, we've been through hell as two little boys. And we've been, and by the way, Gene, there's a documentary on Netflix about this. Now, there's two different ones. There's one that's about the trial, and then there's one that's a 6 or 7 part series that's giving you all the information that I give you. And by the way, all the information that I give you is coming from the 6 or 7 part series and is validated. I watched both. I watched the 6 or 7 part series, and then I went and watched the documentary that went through the court proceedings and showed you. And I'm gonna tell you, man, the 6 or 7 part docuseries, they didn't take liberties or embellish. Like the evidence in court on the first trial, the evidence that they presented matched what the docuseries said. So Gene, they go out and they're like, we're done. We're done with our mom, helping or covering it up. If you can't go to your mom, who the hell can you go to? And so we're done with our dad doing this. So they went out and bought shotguns. Russ Fowler, Lummy, $20 on the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, the Bubba Army. They went out and bought shotguns and went in and killed. Their mom and dad were watching TV one night in the TV room, and they busted in and shotgunned them. And they were so mad and so pissed off that they even went so far as to shotgun their mom's face off. Like, they shotgunned their mom's face off. Like, there's no disputing the fact they did it. Like, they did it. So here's where they messed up. They were not the prime suspects. They call the cops a couple hours later and say, oh, my God, some bad guys came in here and gunned down our parents. And so now this is Beverly Hills, really, really she, really foo-foo. And so they come in, lock the scene down. But the shotgun is literally in Lyle's car in the back seat, but they don't even think about that these kids would be suspects. So they don't do any ballistic test or gun residue powder tests on them or anything. And they go out. Now, their mom and dad have a ton of money. They go out and mom and dad are dead, and they go to the two kids go to the funeral and act like, the bad guys did it. And then they go out on a $750,000 spending spree and have cocaine and hookers and parties. They're living the life. Well, the youngest one, Eric, goes to therapy, and he can't live with himself that he did what he did. He can't. So he tells his therapist, K-Dub, 25, for Gene's golf lessons. I don't know what that means. So he can't live with himself, the youngest, and he tells his therapist.
Well, they can't tell on him.
Well, you're not supposed to. But the therapist convinces them that since he knows he is in fear of his life, they're going to kill him, and they agree, which is stupid. They agree to let him start taping their sessions together. So he tapes sessions with these two kids that come in, and they go through the whole thing. They go, they think that, your therapist, they think that privileged, they're privileged and it can't be used against them. But the therapist girlfriend that he's screwing behind his wife's back, it ends up turning him in. She can hear from the waiting room what they're saying, and the therapist was stringing her along, was never going to leave her his wife, and was stringing her along. So she went and told the cops, and then that's how they got arrested, and that's how they got put on trial. Now, the first trial, Gene, they go to the first trial, and it's 6 men and 6 women. And there's I think a total of 38 or 40 witnesses that they bring, including cousins and coaches and things like that, and of which is a female cousin that at age 11 was actually at the Menendez home when Lyle got raped. Lyle got raped and immediately came down to the basement and told her. She then left the next day because she didn't want to be in the same house. So there were several people that knew about it to validate their story. Well, including they bring up both kids, and Lyle and Eric, and they talk about their dad making them give them oral, and it all started out as a massage, and then it ended up to be anally penetrated, and they go through the whole deal. Well, the jury verdict, there were 2 options for the jury to choose. One was premeditated murder, premeditated first-degree murder, life in prison with no parole. And the second option for the state, for the jury to decide, was second-degree or first-degree manslaughter, and because there was a reason why they killed their parents, so it was manslaughter, and that carried 5 to 15. So the jury consisted of 6 women and 6 men. And they deliberated for the state presents its case, the Menendez brothers presents their case, and the state comes back after a month of jury deliberations, and they cannot come to an agreement. And it's a hung jury. It's which at that point is considered. Did you see that Michael Carroll?
Mike from Mississippi. $100.
Mike from Mississippi. Yeah. They love Gene Lasker. It's the Lasker-Tuttle effect. That just prints money here. So Gene, so they go and it's a hung jury. Now they got to do it again. They have to try him again. A hung jury on something that's not so. So over the, so bad. Sometimes they won't even retry it. They'll be like, okay, we're gonna let you go. But on something that's involving the murder of two people, then they're gonna try again. Well, they went and pooled the jury, and all 6 women said second-degree manslaughter. We understand that if you were being raped by your father, that you certainly would have a mindset of wanting to kill him. We understand killing them. We get it. We understand it, and we get it. Well, all 6 men, because this is in the 90s, and things have changed. Back in the 90s, man, real men could not wrap their heads around another man raping his child. Things have changed. Our society has maybe opened up to the possibility that dads can be sickos, this sort of behavior can happen in today's society. But in the 90s, man, if you're a real man, you're like, there's no way. There's no way a dad's going to do that to his son. So that's why it was hung. So on the second trial, Gene, they go for the second trial. This is 11 days. Their second trial is 11 days after the O.J. Simpson verdict, which is this same office. It's the same district attorney's office that's trying the Menendez brothers. They took a huge hit there. Public perception was that the district attorney botched the O.J. trial. People were mad. You would agree. People were mad at that decision. They're like, man, Marcia Clark and Chris Darden, they ended up sleeping together and they botched this case. And it was literally only a few months after the Rodney King beatings. So the state and the district attorney, they needed a win. They needed a much needed win because public perception of that office was horrible. So it was the same judge, Gene, and he didn't allow any of the 43 witnesses to testify, none. And the only thing the jury ruled upon, here was the verdict form. First degree premeditated murder with life in prison and no chance of parole, or they didn't do it. Well, the whole case is predicated on that they did do it, but there's a reason why they did it. So, of course, if that's your only two options, you can't pick that they didn't do it because they did. So they got sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole. So there's this big docuseries that comes out that I just went through. There's a documentary that went out
to try to get them out
for people to say you need to look at this differently. And so that's where this now stands. And yesterday, the Los Angeles district attorney made a decision to, and by the way, Lummy, it's in front of a judge today.
To retry it?
Well, not to re-sentence.
Oh.
And so it kind of took me by surprise because I thought that the resentencing guidelines would be first degree manslaughter. That's what I thought they would come up with, but they're sticking with the murder. They're sticking with the murder, which carries 50 years to life. But because they were under the age of 25 when it was done, they are now eligible for parole. But a lot of people are saying that this is a political move because this particular Los Angeles district attorney who's running for re-election in 11 days is getting his ass kicked by the potential new guy, and this guy is trying to pull a rabbit out of his ass.
How's it going to help him?
Well,
but it's up to the judge, right?
Because a lot of people want, they made 3 documentaries on this. Public perception is they got a raw deal.
Could be short stroker, $20.
And the public I watched it. And, if I lived in L.A. County and I had this guy that was my district attorney and he suggested what he did yesterday, I think that's the right thing.
What's the big deal if it is a political play? I mean, we don't care who the DA in Los Angeles is. If this gets the Menendez brothers out, if they were raped and violated by their parents and they decided to blow their faces off and they get time served, I think that's cool. But I don't think as far as a political thing, then they can worry about that in California. But from the outside looking in, I'm fine with it being a political deal if it gets them out.
Well, they're saying that if the reason why this district attorney has to get this thing done quickly is because if he gets so he's putting this paperwork in front of a judge today. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what this district attorney gives in front of the judge today makes the decision.
He can be a dick.
And he could be a dick and say, I'm going to preserve the jury's verdict. And regardless of the new data, now, Gene, since the verdict, some new information has come out, including, that boy band that we spoke of that he invented?
Yeah.
One of the members came out and with a sworn affidavit and said that he was molested.
Jumping on the boat.
He was molested by the guy, and there's been some other information that was withheld during the second trial that is favorable for the Menendez brothers. So this Los Angeles district attorney, which let me, I'm going to go to words and then I'll play both pieces.
Okay.
But he is now suggesting, and this order goes in front of a judge today, that they get resentenced for murder, which carries they've served 34 years, but murder is 50 years to life with the possibility of parole, and they meet all parole eligibility. They've been model citizens while in prison. They've went through I don't know how many different programs, and so they are eligible for parole. So this is a two-tiered system. 3. 1, you got to have the DA draw the paperwork up, which is going to be done, well, which is on the judge's desk today. 2, the judge has to agree that the new evidence presented is worthy enough to reduce their sentence down to murder with the eligibility of parole. And then 3, here's the thing people don't know. They have to take the judge's recommendation to the parole board, and they have to then go in front of a parole board at prison, and they are the ones that parole them or not. So there's they got to go 3 for 3 to get out.
Are they going to be able to cope with society after being in there that long?
Boy,
I was going to ask.
I think so. I think they're going to be mega stars.
What's the first thing you do when you get out?
I mean, if the guy was on top of me raping me and I cut his throat, I would just lay there till the cops come and showed him what was going on.
Okay.
And then you're getting out of it. But you don't walk downstairs a day later and blow their face off and then say, a bad guy did it.
Yeah, but if it's your dad, if it's your father.
Right.
And, I mean, please, I'm begging you not to take this the wrong way. Because you could, and I don't want you to. But do you know how your son looks up to you?
Uh-huh.
Would he ever go against you, even if you were doing bad things to him?
Well, I hope he would.
But he wouldn't.
I'm teaching him too.
Because he loves you so much that he wouldn't necessarily know that what you're doing to him is a bad thing.
I teach him to be more independent than loving.
Okay, I'm just saying. When you hold your father in the highest degree, you might be afraid to turn. I don't think you can call the cops when you're dad. When you're 6, I don't think you can.
Shot him in the face.
When you're 6, I don't think you can call the cops when you have your dad's penis in your mouth. I don't think you can.
Well, they still killed him. Okay,
Yeah,
two wrongs ain't
ago.
making a
When
right.
they were like 18.
Gene, you've killed a guy.
Yeah, but he was doing wrong.
I know.
And I stood right there when the cops came. I didn't say, hey, a bad guy got him.
Well, I mean, they may have went to. Well, Gene, they've been in prison for 34 years.
Okay, well, they served enough time, probably.
I think they probably have.
Yeah.
I think they probably
Do they
have.
still got money from the old money?
No, there's no money left.
No
but
money.
As soon as they get out there, I mean, they're
going to get on Cameo.
Fund me.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
You get 3 or 4 of those a week.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I remember them Menendez. That was a long, long time ago, boy.
Big time. Big time, long time ago.
I remember that. I killed him doing it. And then told my story. Why kill him, during a time he wasn't doing nothing wrong, and then,
No, well, that day he tried to rape Eric that day.
Yeah.
And that's when Lyle said that we're done. This is not happening anymore. And they went and bought shotguns and killed him.
Yeah, but they tried to make like they didn't.
No, they did. You're right. They did. You're correct.
And then
they didn't handle it right.
Right.
But I got to tell you, if my dad was doing that to me, I'd fucking kill him.
Oh, I would too. I'd stab him in the neck while he's on top of me.
morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us this morning.
So in between these sets, all the time, we always open mic. People hearing us.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So yeah, just be careful. Like sometimes.
Yeah, forget that.
What's up, Bubba? Yep. How are you?
What's up, Maggie? Hey, if anybody's in the break today, I think we're gonna do it today. So get your cash in.
Thank you, Haas83. Appreciate it. I'm good, Buzzy. How are you, sir? But thank you, Haas83. Bubba is my god. Good morning.
Hoss, I think we might do it like I think we might do it at like 10:30, unless Brian can't do it.
Not today?
I think so. Yeah.
You guys are doing a show at 10:30?
No, a break.
Opening the cards.
Yeah.
I know, but live on
Instagram.
Oh, I mean, you're not going on. I mean, you could go on all of them if you wanted.
No, it's nobody wants. It's a very niche thing.
So Instagram.
Yeah, nobody.
Okay.
No, not a lot of people want to watch it unless they're in it. What's up, Longer? I wouldn't want to tank Instagram's numbers at all or fuck up the algorithm.
What's up, Tusty? How are you? Oh, what'd you have for breakfast, Buzzy?
What up, Buck?
Clevelander, I'm fine. I'm just getting up and stretching my legs, man. Nobody else has to worry about me, so. Sorry I'm making you nervous. Thank you, Tile Guru.
Oh, thanks for the reminder, Letarian. I appreciate it. 49. Craig the Barber's 49 today, guys. Make sure you call the barber shop.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Craig. Why, Clevelander, why are you on my dick this morning? Like, you're just, like, trying to, like...
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo Studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
By the way, Venmo, PayPal, Cash App at the Bubba Army. Boy, the Lasker Tuttle combination is. Can't think of a day that this might be one of the largest days we've ever had.
Heck yeah.
So thank you very much for that. Before we get into the Menendez potential resentencing from the LA County District Attorney, I saw this, I think maybe on a Facebook or a Reel feed, and you guys let me know if you've seen this already, because I don't want it to be redundant. But you know, when college football programs make an offer to a kid, a lot of times, and Seth, you're probably familiar with this process. Did you get offers?
Yes, I did.
Offers?
Yeah.
And usually it's a letter that has the logo of the university on the envelope, kind of a fancy envelope, and then you open up the letter and it's a letter and it says, "Dear Warren, on behalf of the University of Auburn, football team. We would like to offer you an offer. Scholarship,
athletic,
or a walk-on opportunity, or when I got a letter, I had a letter from Indiana State that offered me a walk-on.
Nice.
So, well, I didn't end up doing too good.
Why, you just sucked?
Yeah, I wasn't fast enough. I was strong. I set the record on walk-on bench 225. They put 225 on the bar, and you bench press it as many times. But Lummy,
what was you trying for?
I was trying for defensive lineman nose guard.
Oh, and you got to be fast on them?
Well, you got. I mean, the
You
whole
gotta be quick.
the
You
whole
gotta be
game.
quick.
Yeah, I ran. So here was my problem. Let me
just be a center.
Well, you still got to be fast there, Gene. in football, you got to be fast no matter where you are.
Really?
Unless you're the kicker or the punter, you got to be fast.
Or long snapper, really,
Yeah.
but still.
But you know what? They didn't let me even try out for that. Let me because I was first string long snapper for my high school, and I could have been probably a backup long snapper. But that being said, I did 225 27 times.
That's good.
Which is like NFL combine deal.
Yeah, it is.
But I ran a 5.40.
That's not going to get you there.
No, actually a 5.49. But they and like Clem is as strong as you are. 5.40 ain't cutting it, kid.
Those legs weren't going quick enough.
Yeah, I know. I don't have long enough legs. So anyway, this is what the people, the kids that are getting offer letters from Colorado. This is what they get in the mail. And wow,
That's
is
pretty
this
cool, just
check
on the-
this out. This is the Colorado Buffaloes. If they're going to offer you a scholarship and start that process, it's not a letter from the head coach. This is what it is. This is what you get.
Is that Louis? Is it Louis Vuitton?
It's Louis inspired, but
Okay.
as you can see, they've taken and put the CU where the Louis LV
Yeah.
would be. But I mean,
And a
brilliant.
little buffalo,
Talk
too.
about
That is great.
brilliant marketing.
Oh, yeah.
Watch this. Oh, is there? Yeah, here's the volume. Here you go. So you open that up. And then it has it has how many draft picks, how many first round picks, how many bowl winners, national champions. Is that they haven't won 199? I don't know what that.
No, it's 1990.
1990
was
was
the
the last time they
championship.
won.
Okay, I got it. And then the other side, I think, is probably all of what Dion has accomplished.
Looks like it, yeah.
Twice as much as the college.
Yeah, exactly.
You ought to copy that for your wedding, Bubba.
And then check this out. So then you got that, and then you pull this lever.
Little slot.
Official offer.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
Seth, is that not cool as hell?
Well, I mean, who do you contact, Bubba? It seems like there's not a lot of information on there. Once you get the offer, I don't really.
I'm sure there's a letter that
you just wait for them to get in contact
Probably
with
on
you.
the rest of that offer, you pull it more.
Yeah.
Don't call us.
And
We'll
listen,
call you.
It's better than a manila folder, okay?
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty damn cool.
District Attorney George Gascon now speaking about the resentencing of the Menendez brothers. Let's listen.
Jose Menendez and niece Karen Bender-Mollen and Kitty's niece. They're all here with us. Also with us here is Brock Lunsford. He's the assistant head deputy for the post-litigation sentencing unit.
Here we go.
I don't even know what's going on.
He did say this, and I found this interesting. He says, my office has been looking at this for quite a while, and there's been some new light shed upon it with the documentary and stuff.
That means they've just been watching the documentary.
Probably. But he says this. This is what he says, my office is torn about this, and it is, half of my office wants them to stay in prison for the rest of their life, and half of my office, wants me to do what I'm going to do today. And then he encourages, like today, the judge is getting the paperwork today. He says, I encourage anybody from my office that wants to speak against this decision to show up, because you'll have your opportunity to speak in front of the judge, and including, Jose and Kitty's family, any remaining family members of the deceased, to show up and let the judge be known that this isn't, so this guy's being as fair as he can be. He's making his decision, but he's telling people within his own department to show up today and let your opinion be known.
I begin by telling you that this is a case where we've had many people in this office spend a great deal of time reviewing the case. I have to tell you unequivocally that we don't have a universal agreement. There are people in the office that strongly believe that the Menendez brothers should stay in prison the rest of their life, and they do not believe that they were molested. And there are people in the office that strongly believe that they should be released immediately and that they were in fact molested. I have to tell you that after very careful...
I mean, it really all comes down to whether they were molested or not.
I mean, what are they going to do? Kill their parents again? Let them free.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they've been model citizens. They've spent Gene spent 15 days in prison, and you know how much that sucked. Gene, how horrible.
Even if they didn't do it and they got busted for it and they did 34 years, they're ruined now, so just leave them in there. Why?
Gene says they're ruined.
He said just leave them in now.
That's what Gene says.
Yeah.
For review,
house arrest.
But now, hold on, Gene. But what if Gene, they were molested? They were molested. Then what
they got a good fight to get out there. I can see it, but I would have cut his throat while he was on top of me, and then there would have been no.
Gene, not every 6-year-old was as gamey and tactical as you are. At 6, you were pretty wiry. You were out mowing lawns and water sanding and
I
doing
wasn't getting touched.
I know. Well, there are poor 6-year-old Genes that do get touched.
I mean, the popes didn't even get me.
The arguments that were made for people on both sides of this equation, I came to a place where I believe that under the law, resentencing is appropriate.
Those are them right there?
And
Back in the day,
I am going to recommend that to a court tomorrow. What that means in this particular case...
See, this is where it really got me, because when he says what this means in this particular case is, I thought it would be what they got sentenced for, life in prison, no chance for parole. Well, I mean, what did it do? Kick me to the other story? Jesus.
Yeah, it did.
All right, I'll have to find out where it. Or second-degree manslaughter, which was on the first jury verdict form, and that would have been time served. But instead, this guy kind of like is hedging his bets to not be too soft on the dudes. And he goes, the second option is, first option is just to leave them alone, life in prison without the possibility of parole, boom. The second option I thought would be, first-degree manslaughter because they were touched, and, that would be time served, and they would be out. But instead, he goes with murder. The other option would be murder, which carries a 50 years to life sentence with the possibility of parole. And because California has a law that says if you're under 25 while committing such an act, that it's not 50 years, it's 30 years.
So they'd be getting off.
So they're eligible for parole.
Yeah.
So I think that's actually hedging his bets better, meaning like he's not being as soft as the manslaughter. He's putting murder on these dudes.
The rest of their life, and they do not believe that they were molested. And there are people in the office that strongly believe that they should be released immediately and that they were in fact molested. I have to tell you that after a very careful review of all the arguments that were made for people on both sides of this equation, I came to a place where I believe that under the law, resentencing is appropriate, and I am going to recommend that to a court tomorrow. What that means in this particular case is that we're going to recommend to the court that the life without the possibility of parole be removed and that they will be sentenced for murder. which, because there are 2 murders involved, that will be 50 years to life. However, because of their age, under the law, since they were under 26 years of age at the time that these crimes occurred, they will be eligible for parole immediately. The teams that have worked on this, on the resentencing side of it, have spent literally probably hundreds of hours by now looking at this case. These cases were originally presented on the habeas side of it, which I'll explain in a moment what that is, last year, and then the request for a prosecutor-initiated resentencing occurred earlier this year. And there have been people in this office working in these cases from the very beginning, as well as many other cases that we have. The reason why I'm here today and why I came in front of all of you about 10 days ago
That's
is
them
because
now?
it was
Yeah.
a more recent documentary about the case
Documentary.
that again brought a tremendous amount of public attention. And we know there have been other documentaries, so this is not the first, this is the more recent one. And frankly, our office got flooded with requests for information. And even though this case was already scheduled to be heard in late November, I decided to move this forward because, quite frankly, we did not have enough resources to handle all the requests. And one of the things that I thrive to do in this office is to be very transparent in everything that we do. In this
the
case,
dude on the right there,
we review
he didn't get touched.
the prison files.
This guy here?
Yeah.
You didn't?
You have to understand that the way the process.
Gene, what's your expert testimony say?
That dude right there is tough, and he's independently tough. So he ain't gonna let somebody poke him.
Okay.
He's going to stop it quickly, and because he knows it's wrong.
Right.
Look at it.
Works.
The other
when
guy
you're
maybe.
talking about a resentencing under the law, it really focuses
Magnum Gene PI. Gene's got it all.
not necessarily in what the original crimes were, but it focuses on
That one girl looks like Eileen Collins, the sprint car driver, does it not?
Where
The one in the
right
back, right here.
Yeah.
It's got
being
block face.
rehabilitated, number one, and number two, can they be released safely into their community? Under that rubric, since I've been in office, we have resentenced over 300 people, including 28 for murder.
Well, I wish they would
Only 4
do that
have-
to some outlaws.
Gene says, I got a list of outlaws that need resentenced immediately.
Man, I mean, I got a brother in there that's been in there for 30 years over just guarding dope. Guarding it. He wasn't selling it, wasn't moving, he just guarding it. And he's been in there for 30-something years.
Are they ever going to let him out? I mean, now that the new dope laws have changed.
They need to let him out.
Reoffended.
Well, let's make a documentary about it, Gene. That's how R. Kelly got thrown in jail, and 2, that's how this is getting thrown out of jail. Am I not right?
Yeah.
This is all at the hands of a documentary.
Well, can I ask you something?
Yeah.
And it's probably stupid, but can they reopen yours? Your case?
My case? The Hogan sex tape?
Yeah. The people that weren't prosecuted?
Yes, they can.
Oh, okay.
Yes, they can.
Okay.
And if you're nobody's ever asked me that because I don't want to be the one that brings it up, but I can answer that question. And yes, they can.
Oh, okay.
They have 10 years upon the final act of extortion. Oh, my documentary gets into some real good stuff.
Interesting.
If that was a regular recidivism rate in this country, we would be the safest nation in the world. But we know that it's not. In fact, somewhere between 40 and 50% of the people that go to prison reoffend and get rearrested. And that's why we have so many problems. However, when you look at the case of the Menendez brothers, you see 2 very young people. One was 19 and the other one was 21 when they committed these horrible acts. And I want to underline, they were horrible acts.
Horror.
There is no excuse for murder. And I will never imply that what we're doing here is to excuse that behavior. Because even if you get abused, The right path is to call the police, seek help.
Or, like Gene
But I
said,
understand also
stab
how
your dad in the
sometimes
neck.
While he's laying there, and then
Why he's
bring the cops in.
messing with your wiener.
Check out this situation.
Stab him in the neck, and then you're gonna be okay.
Yeah, you'll get out. You'll get away with it.
So, a lot of people are saying because this guy, and Seth makes a great point, and I agree with him. A lot of people say that because this district attorney is behind on the polls, he needs a shot in the arm because public sentiment is kind of with the Menendez brothers, and this is going to, and the new guy he's running against, who could potentially be the new district attorney, may not feel the same way, and he may, wants to keep the Menendez brothers in for the rest of their lives. And this is a political play. And like Seth said, regardless if it's a political play or not, let's let the judicial system work, put the paperwork in front of the judge.
Like everything's for some other ulterior motives.
Right.
This guy probably got a big campaign donation too.
No, but here's the deal. This is his recommendation. It still has a judge who may not feel the same way, has to first today sign it. I agree that we need resentencing. And then that order has to go to in front of a parole board, and the parole board, which I think is either 3 or 5 members, have to then agree as well. So these guys, this isn't a no-brainer. This isn't a done deal.
So we have been given a photocopy of we have been given evidence. We have been given a photocopy of a letter that allegedly was sent by one of the brothers to another family member talking about him being the victim of molestation.
Now, again, a lot of this evidence wasn't allowed in the second trial.
Why?
Because the district attorney at the time got a hold of the judge and said, we just got our ass kicked on the OJ deal. We're 12 days removed from looking like the biggest buffoons ever. And the city is up literally rioting right now over the Rodney King deal. We need to throw the book at these guys. So we're
the
not.
blacks
so
were going crazy, and then we had to throw some whites away?
Kind of.
To make you feel better?
I mean, if that's how you score it, yeah. But regardless of the ethnicity of the Menendez brothers, which are Hispanic, the district attorney's office was getting their ass handed to them because they botched up the OJ deal, and the Rodney King thing was dividing the city. And they're like, we need a win, throwing these. So evidence was not allowed in the second trial. Evidence that was allowed in the first trial, Gene, was not allowed in the second trial. That's not right.
No, that's not
We've
right.
also got evidence that was provided by the defense, by his lawyers, that one of the members of the Menudo van alleged that he was molested by the father. None of this information has been confirmed. We are not, at this point, ready to say that we either believe or do not believe that information. I don't think there is any question in this case that the boys or the young men, one was 19, the other one was 21 at the time, that they murdered their parents. I think that's...
No, we all know that they murdered their parents. They should have murdered him the way Gene would have done it. Stabbed him in the neck when the wiener was out, but they chose a different route.
Factual, it's been established. I think the questions that are presented to us is 2 simple questions. One possibility, what is being alleged by his lawyers, not by us, that there was evidence that had that evidence been presented to the jury, the outcome of this case would have been different. And second, under California law, a path to resentencing where a prosecutor can evaluate whether someone has been rehabilitated, and if so, ask the court to determine whether the person should be resentenced. If they get resentenced, there are multiple things that could happen. They could walk out based on what the court decides, or they can have the sentence given a different shape, and perhaps they will stay on, but for a longer period, lesser period of time, or they can have a new trial.
I got to be honest. I'm voting for the other guy just for the way this guy's cadence is.
Yeah.
Oh, you missed it, man. During the actual press conference, Seth, he actually did like 5 minutes. He goes, "I want to now speak in Spanish." And so I didn't even get into that. He did a 5-minute all Spanish gimmick.
Was it quicker than in English? I mean, that might have been better.
Yeah, it might have been. But he did a 5-minute Spanish standalone. Hello.
We got to get him out of office, Bubba.
Hello.
How you doing, Bubba? Mike from Miami again. How's it going?
Good, Mike.
Hey, it may sound kind of funny, but Gene even mentioned it. But these dudes been locked up for over 30 years. They don't have anything outside. I don't know if the dude, if one of them is married.
Both are married.
Have they asked? Okay, so then they do want to come out. Because I was going to say, do they even want to come out? They've been locked up for so long.
Well, I mean, listen, man. I mean, if you listen,
family.
however long you've been locked up, and maybe that's the only life that you know is in prison. Yes, it's still life outside of prison, regardless of how long you've been locked up, is far better. From the food to where you sleep at night, just to not having to be controlled and to be able to walk down the streets and go to the park and just,
Doors slamming. Oh man, those gates are slamming night and day.
I'm just
And
saying.
the lights don't turn off. All right, have a good weekend, guys.
See you later. I mean, who wants to be in prison?
Do they still do conjugal visits, or did that stop?
I don't know. Some states do.
I think California has it.
Yeah, I don't. But I don't know.
How did they get married?
Well, some woman, they become pen pals, and probably in today's world, you can probably buy some FaceTime credits or something like that, so that you can see them on FaceTime. And then I think you decide, okay, you want to get married. You fill out some paperwork with. You get a marriage license first of all, and she has to do all the running around for all this stuff because you can't. And then I think you have to probably write a letter to the warden.
Only 4 have conjugal visits.
Only
four states.
What states are those?
California, Connecticut, New York, and Washington.
All very liberal states. So now on a conjugal visit, how many are you allowed a month? I mean, like, do they put, like, do you get one a month? Because if you could get one a month, prison wouldn't be that bad.
I'll check it out. The one Menendez brother, the woman he's married to, he knew outside of jail.
Yeah, and so, Gene, I think you got to get a hold of the warden, and then they allow you to have a ceremony in prison, and you're married, and then you said California.
Can we see what they look like?
Their wives?
Ooh, it looks like California banned conjugal visits for lifers and all other. Wow. So they couldn't even do that.
So they couldn't even do that. Here, but here's so when I return, here's an example of. Remember Susan Smith when we were growing up? Mm-hmm. She was the crazy bitch that had 2 kids, and she drowned. She took her car and she drove it out into a boat ramp and drove and strapped both kids into car seats.
Didn't she blame it on a black guy too?
Yeah, she blamed it on a black guy that hijacked her car. And I think she got 30 years. And the thing about it is, man, she strapped her babies into a car seat
and watched them,
and then drove it. Actually, got out of the car on the boat ramp, put the car in gear. I think maybe iggy'd up something on the gas pedal.
I think she used a brick or something on the gas pedal.
Yeah, a brick on the gas pedal. The thing drove in, and her babies died. Well, she was up for parole. She is up for parole, but they're saying that she's not going to get. She would have gotten it had she not participated in a documentary. This documentary company has been calling her for the last few years over the phone, and they've been recording her to make a documentary of it. Well, the Menendez brothers did that. The second documentary made about the Menendez brothers, the first one was produced by Netflix, and it was a 6 or 8 series deal. But the original Menendez brothers was a documentary, and all of the content was recorded phone conversations with the Menendez brothers from prison. So, like, how can you be sentenced to life in prison with no parole and be able to do a documentary in California and in Connecticut. Is it Connecticut or South Carolina?
South Carolina.
In South Carolina, that is reason for her not to get parole.
Well, this bitch does not need
Susan
to get out,
Smith
though.
will be up for parole next month, nearly 30 years. Let's not forget, though, guys, we are so soft. We've become so pussified and soft.
Can't kill babies.
No, hold on. True, you can't kill babies. But let's not forget the guy that shot Ronald Reagan and paralyzed James Brady. And 3 people got hit that day, a Secret Service agent, James Brady, and Ronald Reagan from John Hinckley Jr. Let's not forget that guy is a free man as we speak.
Good. Political games. What's the difference?
Hell
they
yeah.
rob, steal, and do stupid things to us over they changed the rules, and you get capped. They didn't kill you. It's part of the game. Look out for it.
Woo! No
What?
co-signing on that?
You know what I'm saying?
The views and opinions made by Gene Lasker are not necessarily those of our advertisers or this radio station. Now, let me tell you something. If you do not like Gene's opinions, you're probably just stupid.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Get some monies in. Yeah. Get hoes.
I mean, the feds sent a hippie on a motorcycle to our bar. And he hung out with us for months.
Man, Phoebe doesn't know who AJ and Big Justice are. What's the best video I can send her to introduce her to them?
Yeah, I agree with you. Rattle. Susan Smith definitely should have been killed already.
Promise.
She's probably getting major conolingus.
Probably.
They ride over there to the airport. These dudes that do with this, they just stand there. Everything's done, they walk down, it's like $5,000. They're feds. So the feds just. They got them at the airport too, probably. Well, they got him at the airport unloading the plane, and but my buddies had nothing to do with none of that. They were talked into being a security guard. Would have done it for $5,000. Anybody would have done it. And let me tell you something. One of them guys out of 4 still in jail. Been 30-something years. Still. Because he was the ringleader. And he was the boss of the other 3 guys, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. He's the head.
That's just not right, man.
California.
It just depends on where you're at, what day it is, and how the judge feels that day, huh?
Is it in
What
California?
you gonna get? No, that was right here for me. When they talk about the women that are Kathys or Helens, is it a Helen or a Kathy?
Karen's.
Oh, it's a Karen.
Karen's, yeah.
I always thought it was Helen's, like, Helen Keller was blind, so these ladies are blind to do fucking
Lasker.
What a fucking
idiot. No, but the characters see everything.
Hello, everybody. everybody?
Internet, Fred.
What is it, Greek Day?
Yeah. Dear Gonzalez, $10. It's Greek Day in Clearwater.
Xerxes, how are you?
Do you know the most common Greek girl's name?
No, what?
Lana.
Huh. I didn't know that.
Rogers.
Tell if you feel like weird feelings today because you're your mom, make sure you go outside and don't just stay inside and shit.
No, I'm gonna get out and do something. I think my boss is gonna come over down to hang out.
Your boss seems cool as shit, man. Dropping 50.
Agreed, Joyce.
Yeah, he's great. He's done a lot for me. Permagrom, hello.
Where's Permagrom?
Xerxes. That's funny. Yeah, Permagrom is in Rumble.
What up, Paul? Oh, okay, no Rumble for me, but what up, Permagrom? Oh my God, Keith Lawless wanted us to call Anal Lana on the air when we were on 97X.
That would be our name?
No,
Well,
he wants
backwards, is it?
no, like instead of referring to anal sex on the air, he wants to call it Lana. I know, right? I know, guys. I know.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I was thinking about doing a quick little pop-up, but I think Lummy's got to get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Seth's doing a break at 10:30, which will probably be in here. So I'm just going to go to my chair. No big deal.
Has Gene never been in your chair?
No. You know, after the show, I'm going to put Gene in my Gene, do you got like 10 minutes after the show?
No.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was only for you. Man, that thing looks comfortable,
It
though.
is unbelievable.
What is it, a remote control?
No, it's a massage chair that that is
Got the rollers on your back.
Yeah, and it's like, listen, I've had several over the years, and expensive ones, ones that were expensive. Hogan bought us each one. He bought us matching massage chairs one time, just like he bought me my Ford Think golf cart too, and he bought me my first Zuma. Hogan, man, back in the day used to shower me with gifts.
Wow.
So anyway, Gene, this massage chair was given to me, and it's the high end of all massage chairs. This might be maybe the most expensive massage chair they offer.
Does it do your calves too?
Yep. It does your forearms, your shoulders, your calves, and it's just unbelievable. And you can go as long as 30 minutes, but I do 30 minutes, and then once it gets down to like a minute or two left, I'll reset it back up to 30 more minutes. I'll do an hour in the son of a bitch. It's unbelievable.
Was it got vibrations in it too?
It's got everything. So it'd be worth, you got to take your boots off because it squeezes your legs, your calves, your feet, your forearms, your shoulders, your back. I mean, it's unbelievable. Seth has sat in it once, and he didn't even have all the right controls on.
I don't know how long the break's going to take today. Oh, wait, you got to show me how to do it. You're probably going to be gone.
What do you mean?
I'd love to get in there today.
Yeah.
I just could just use two hands or rollers or whatever. I really need to feel the love from something on this physique of mine.
I got you.
Well, hold on. What I might do is after the show, I let Gene sit in it for 10 minutes because he's got us. He's just got.
No, he sees Gene's got to go.
No, I got to go. I'll have to see it some other time.
You really don't have 10 minutes.
No, I don't. It's Friday. Payday.
And everybody's coming to pick their stuff up.
Yep.
All right. So I might go sit in it until after your break, Seth, and then after your break, just come to the chair, and I'll put you in it. I'll get you all set up for like a 20-minute session.
Should I take Tuttle up on his offer of a massage, or I should just sit in the chair?
He's got to get out of here too.
I'll get you.
He's just tuttling you right now.
You think he's got weak hands?
Yeah, he has. He's tuttling you, and plus he has that one finger that always sticks out, and that would not allow him to be
Well, that
able
could get
to...
the hard to reach spots,
that's
you know?
true. That could get to
Tuttle is tuttling you by telling you what you want to hear, but has... Hold on.
I'll massage him right now.
I'm an expert.
Let's see it.
When you get tuttled, he tells you what you want to hear, and then when the mics are off, he's out of here. Like, he's not gonna... He's a complete showman, and he wants to tell you what you want to hear for potential good content.
Well, he had me.
But he's so out of here, it's pathetic. If he had his PT Cruiser back, he'd be in that.
Man, I got strong hands. My pinkies are like eagle talons.
Right.
Seth, can you come up there?
All right, well, you know what? I'll tell you what, Tuttle, why don't you go up there and start giving him, like, you know, the kind you get at the mall, like a shoulder massage.
Okay.
So once you go up there, and you're going to have to, obviously, you're not going to be able to be a...
He's running up there like
Seth,
he
do you
really
have
wants
any,
to touch him.
Do you have any like hand sanitizer you can put on for you?
Start out right here.
Okay.
Seth, you got your knife on you?
No.
Gene wants to stab him.
Gene, he didn't get it.
If he gets...
I didn't give Seth a knife because...
He might hurt himself.
He's got some knots.
Oh, man. I can't
He's
lie.
got some knockers?
Can you go? Are you going to
What'd
use
he
the?
say?
Are you going to use the elbow
His
at all?
knocks.
Get in there on the deep knots.
Bubba,
What?
I'm not going to lie. This is orgasmic.
All right. Well, just like he volunteered.
Oh, can he say the rest of the
I'm
show?
gonna throw up.
So
Are you feeling something down there,
Gene said
Seth?
I'm going to throw up.
How long?
So, hold on. You're gonna for an entire segment.
My hands will get crampy.
Well,
You're the one that said you could do it.
Thank you.
10 minutes.
Tell him, Gene. Tell him right now. You're the
wise
don't-
and off.
Don't offer Brian Kostika.
You said your pinkies were talons.
Brian Kostaka. Lummy came
He's already got crampitis.
on the PayPal.
Thank you.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App.
Tuttle, you said 10 minutes.
Tuttle,
That wasn't 10 seconds.
No, let Tuttle.
Get your ass back up there,
God.
Tuttle.
Hey, how did-
See, this is a
how did
prime.
your
Hold on, this is a
hand
prime
thing go?
example of tuttling.
Not
He says
Really?
something for shock value and has no intentions of coming through to the full extent of what he's promised. I've been dealing with
I need
this.
that doctor
Nobody has hired and fired him more than me.
That's right.
Nobody knows you better than me.
Yeah, you're right.
And this isn't you now. See, now you're giving him half ass. You're not really getting in there.
I'll take.
I'm not hydrated.
I'll take.
I don't see you're cramping, aren't you?
Yeah.
You are in no condition to offer your services. So hold on. Admit it. He just got tuttled.
You got tuttled.
There you go. Go sit back down and know your role, and don't offer your services unless you intend
To back it
on
up.
that'd be like Lasker saying, "Yeah, I can powder coat that frame and powder coat half of it," and letting the other guy. So what happened? I ran out of powder. Gene knows that if he's going to powder coat a frame, he's got enough powder to do the whole frame. That, or he's going to say, "Come back next week when my powder order comes in." Right, Gene?
Right.
Exactly.
I didn't have my liquid IV this morning.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just cramping.
You just
Gene, would you ever
Seth.
watch? We did like a real massage where I went like face down on a table and only wearing a towel and Tuttle massage me?
Oh no, Gene's not gonna be there.
Well, you wouldn't be there for
Now,
that?
Gene,
No.
have you ever got a professional massage?
No.
You know, they have his and hers massages where you go with your wife and you're both in the same room, and usually the man's working. It's how
There's
whatever.
only two dudes, one hot dude's,
It's not going to happen, so just change
No,
subject.
the woman
Not doing it.
would be working on Sarah.
He couldn't even pay me that day. No. I'm not going to watch a guy work on Sarah.
I didn't
And I'm not
say-
going to get worked on while she's getting worked on.
Hold on. I'm just
There's
saying.
no working.
There's a girl that works on Sarah, and then there's a girl that works on you. And you
they-
guys are laying right next
They
to each
probably
other.
ain't real girls either.
Okay, Gene, I'm not. I
Those
think.
kind of people work in them places.
There's nothing sexual about a massage.
All right, so that's why, Gene, the next Friday, do me a favor. Set tomorrow next Friday.
Set some time out to get on that chair.
So since you can't do a his and hers couples massage, the next best thing is my chair. And I want you to just 10
Could you
minutes.
imagine all the years of tension that Gene has that would be released?
Gene, that's why you go crazy. That's why you go. I almost feel like Lummy ending the show.
I am Gene Lasker, and that's the reason why, because I don't have a massage.
Well, you're all uptight. You're all knotted up.
God made me that way.
Yes, he did.
Okay, then.
But God
That's
also gave you resources.
He didn't born me with a massage chair with me.
Well, but
Here, that's how you fix yourself.
God has given the industry the ability to make a unit that can relieve a lot of your tension. So
you really think it's going to help me?
I really do. I really do. So next Friday, make sure that you can stay till 10:15.
All right.
Whatever you got to do at the shop, whatever.
You got any trouble spots, Gene? Like your glutes or anything?
What is that?
Your ass, like for instance.
Why do you ask me about my butt?
Your glutes.
Seth did.
That's
what I'm saying.
He's an ass man. He's a male ass man. He wants to know about male ass situations.
It's normally when a massage gets erotic is when they start working that area.
Now, Gene, my massage chair does get down by the tailbone. It does get down there, and if you've never had your tailbone massaged, man, you're missing.
I don't want my tailbone massage anyway. I broke it once before.
Okay, it's gonna be okay.
Chip the tip off.
All right.
This will put it back together.
That tip is healed. It's okay. Gene, next Friday, and I'm going to tape it. You're going to be in the massage chair, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you know how we were talking about the Susan Smith bitch that drowned her kids?
Killer.
Yeah, she's up for parole, but I didn't know that the reason why she killed the kids. You guys know why?
Is it because
postpartum, right?
Her boyfriend?
Yes. Prosecutors said Smith was having an affair with a wealthy son of an owner of a business that she worked at. So she's seeing this dude, and he broke it off with her because she had 2 young kids. So he was like, man, I don't want to be with you. So she killed the kids thinking that would solve the problem. She then blamed it on a black guy, and they went in for like a 15 or 20-day search looking for this black guy in the whole 9 yards. And they're saying that because of all the interviews that she's granted, that she in South Carolina does not allow jailhouse interviews, and she's been caught doing some, that she's not going to be granted parole. And she supposedly has maybe even had sex with some of the prison guards.
Well, of course, they all do.
She's horny.
I mean, is that how it goes?
Yeah. That's why you become a guard.
Why?
I mean, come on. You get it for free. They want it.
How do you make sure that you can get into a lady prison, not a boy prison? Like
you just got to work. You got to work your
I guess
magic.
that's where you got to apply. That's where you got to apply.
Be a good worker.
Like, man, I don't work well with men. I want to beat them up. So after this story I saw a couple days ago, I went to the Merch Crick and I said, do some research on Amazon and find me a couple good dash cams. How many of us, from Gene Lasker to Rhett, your mic is on, to Macho Man. Macho Man might have one. Everybody's mic is on. But how many of us have dash cams?
I do. I just don't have it hooked up.
Okay, so you don't.
I guess no, yeah.
Yeah, so you do. How many of us have functioning, working, data logging dash cams? Mach, got one?
Front and back.
Of course he does.
I don't want to put my own self in jail.
Rhett?
No.
Yeah, me either. Gene says I don't have one because I do too many things that will get myself in trouble, and I don't want documentation of it.
I don't have one.
So I'm gonna go. I literally am gonna go out and buy one in fear. I guess there's this new scam now that people are doing, and this is what it is right here. Watch, check this out. So they find a nice car.
And a lot of it's coming from illegals.
And it's coming. A lot of it's coming from the illegal migrants that somehow have gotten a car, and they find a nice car, and they do this.
But it's crazy. Like, he had one hand on the. What the? Oh my God!
All right, so hold on. So this woman swerves over in this woman's lane, But this woman, let me, by the way, Ben Gunn, $50. How about that, Gene Lasker?
How about that? You see that telephone pole on the right front up there? What, 30 feet, 40 feet to the right?
Yeah.
I guarantee you, if that F-350 was behind that Honda right there, I'll put that car in that pole. Head on at 35, 45 mile an hour.
So hold on, wait.
From this move right here.
No, hold on. It gets worse. It gets worse.
Yeah, just wait.
So watch this, Gene.
Oh my God.
All right, so the woman, she has enough wherewithal to lock it up. So watch what they do.
What happened, babe?
Oh my God, what is he?
Oh, that's nice.
Babe,
Babe, what happened?
So now they get out and say, "You hit me."
Oh man!
I run them over right here. If they get out, I'm running them over.
I'm just saying, the average consumer now, if none of these people stop and the cop comes, it's your word versus their word, and 9 times out of 10, the person that is in the rear gets blamed, right?
Yep.
And that's what they're doing. Let me play it again.
What happened, babe?
Hopping out, holding their neck.
Yep.
Now, and they hit them hard enough to get the airbags to deploy, which is another mitigating factor for insurance companies, more money.
God, what is he doing? Babe.
Babe, what happened?
Oh, shit.
So, chaotic dash cam video captured a moment of suspect insurance fraudsters crashed into this woman's car on the Belt Parkway in Queens on October 16th.
Those New York people are insane.
4 occupants exited the Honda, seemingly acting as if they were injured while they inspect the damage to the car.
We 76, $20.
Now, can I get out and shoot them if I had that dash cam?
No, Gene. That doesn't warrant a shooting.
Well, they tried to kill me with their car.
Well, I mean,
then hopped out. I'm in fear.
A red Kia, which had been following Natasha, drove up to the side of the accident and picked up the suspected male driver before driving away. So this guy here might be wanted or might be, so this is obviously a multi-unit operation where they go, they back up, they hit, and then whoever, another car comes and picks up somebody from the accident.
Michael Muzio, $25.
Our main guy over at Aqua Babieto.
Where they at? Texas?
I sent you
New York.
I sent you the full, kind of the full video.
Natasha said I'll get it. Natasha said the passengers were very quick to exchange information, so they didn't think anything was out of the ordinary.
What? Taking a picture or a tag?
It wasn't until I got home and rewatched the video because everything happened so fast.
And had this woman not had a dash cam, she would be 100% at fault. Because, right? On the surface, when you rear end somebody, it's because you're following them too closely and you didn't give yourself enough room to brake. That's the way of the land.
I was even second doubting myself. But once we watched the video over and over again, it pretty much confirmed that it was a setup.
Natasha says she called the NYPD to report the accident, but was told police don't show up to accidents if there are no injuries and both parties were willing to exchange information. So what these 3 people that got out of their cars going to do now is
like 10,000 apiece.
They're gonna go and go to the chiropractor that their lawyer has on the take, and he's gonna say they got a C2 and a C4 fracture, make them come 3 or 4 times for some rehabilitation, and they're all gonna get $15,000 checks.
There you go.
That's how it's going to, that's how it works. And the woman that didn't do anything wrong, well, at the end of the day, if you didn't have a dash cam, that's how it would go. But if you have a dash cam, now I'm thinking, Gene, that the bad guys, they could be put in jail, for fraud.
Pretty much.
In 2020, insurance carriers reported 24,000 incidents of suspected motor vehicle insurance fraud. But man, you get that. Listen, Lummy, I've been on Amazon, and you can get really nice dash cams for like $89 that do front.
How do they do the back? How does
you put a camera in the back?
Oh, you do.
Well, let me ask Macho Man. Macho Man, how with your knowledge of technology on dash cams, how does the back work?
It records both cameras simultaneously, so you can pull either feed. So it's.
So what do you take it to the stereo shop and tell them to put the cameras in?
It's got an SD card. You just stick it into.
No, Gene, you buy it at Amazon. You give Macho Man, $50 to $100, and he hooks it up for you.
Type ratio, $10.
Because you want to run the power wires up through the headliner so they're not dangling down.
Right, that's what I was saying. We'll take it to a stereo shop.
Some people found the car and they screwed the car up. I sent the video to Lummy. Somebody had found it and they busted out all the windows and stuff.
Hello, who's this?
Hey, it's Alan in Maryland. How you doing?
Hey, Alan.
Hey, so if you go back and watch that video, you can see after they back up, they pull forward. The people in the back are holding something up to block the view inside the vehicle because the driver switches places.
Oh,
so that car that comes and picks them up is probably the one that picks the driver up, who bolts.
Well, if you look at on this video here at 104, the driver is the one who he sees that he has a camera and then texts the driver to get out of there. Yeah. They notice that there's a camera and Babyface is on the warm line.
All right, perfect. Thank you, buddy. Hey, Babyface.
Hey, man. So yeah, these insurance scams are they went away for a little while, but they were so prominent in Miami back in the day when I was with Adams and Diaco, and we would do the PIP insurance defense for Progressive. They operated a little bit differently, but that maneuver is called a squat and stop, where they cut in front of you and then quickly come into a stop to get you to rear end them. And then what it used to be was there'd be another in Miami when they were running this racket to keep people safer. They would be the driver would do it, and then another car would drop off like 4 people, and they would all act like they were in the car together and get their names on the police report, and then all make a claim. But then they would never go treat with the doctor. They would get paid just to sign a sheet saying that they did treat with a doctor.
$10,000.
But probably like what was just the quick little payout that most insurance companies would lay down and give you $5 to $10,000 just for being there.
That was the thing is they were getting it on both sides because they would get a kickback from the doctors who are billing under the PIP. They would get a kickback from them for not treating but signing all the paperwork like they were treating. So the doctors would give them like $50 or $100 a visit for that. And then they would get the money from the personal injury claim once the case settled, which could be anywhere from $10,000 to $100,000.
So, I mean that $89 dash cam that you have could completely exonerate you from being potentially set up like this, right? I mean, would you not suggest that everybody have a dash cam?
Yeah, and I've been meaning to buy one for myself. I mean, that's the nice thing about the Teslas, and everybody can clown Dan, but his truck's got 45 cameras on it. And,
Tara's Tesla has, that same camera system. So, they're riding, Tara can at any time go to her phone.
She can download she can go back into history of it?
Yep, anytime.
No way.
Yep.
Well, it's not just that. The Tesla can sense if you're not in your car motion, and then also if you're in an impact, it immediately saves and records that video.
Right.
And make sure it's saved.
Some of the
still need it.
Some of the dash cams that I've seen, like the ones that are like $89, a little more expensive. They have where it's 24-hour protection around your car. So like if they have a motion detention, if somebody gets near your car, it starts rolling.
Yeah, that's what I want.
So and they're only like $89, front and side, back, rear, and then if there is an incident or an impact, it automatically goes and saves 15 seconds before then the impact. And I mean they're not, and I think they're all accessible from your phone. There's an app that goes with it. I think it's pretty simple, and they're not that much money.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that car manufacturers haven't started building those into the vehicles. A a camera. I mean, you've got the front-facing cameras. You got the back, your rear for backup. I mean, all they need to do is put a tiny little hard drive in there, cost them $10, and they could upsell $1,000 on a car package for that.
Easy for a $15 OEM investment that they could charge you $9.99 for the 360 panoramic dash cam Willie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I'm like OnStar. They're going to go out of business if they haven't already. But that would have been perfect monitoring for them. But yeah, this was a big scam that the Haitians would run down in Miami. Back in the
the Venezuelans are running it now in New York because that's where they're all parked. So I told Merch Crick, I said, get one for my truck, get one for my Crown Vic, and get one for your. I'm buying 3.
I promise you, somebody backs into me on the road like that, an ambulance is coming. An ambulance is coming. Maybe even Bayflight. Because I'm going to get on the gas pedal and drive your car into something or into somebody else, put you on your head, and smash you.
And put him in the ditch?
Well,
I'll take the court in my own hands.
And it becomes one of those things, Gene, that, obviously you're going to catch a charge, but that is potentially defensible. Because if somebody is ramming their vehicle into you, don't know
they're
what
trying to kill me.
Right. Gene says he's coming out shooting, or he's gassing it up and completely monster trucking their car.
That's it. As soon as they backed into me, I put it right down in the 4 low, and I'm driving you into something.
Right. You're pile driving, right, Gene?
You won't get out of the car easily because the doors are going to be jammed.
Right. Brian, thank you, buddy.
Yeah, guys, take it easy. Have a great weekend.
You too. Thank you. Here's another incident in Australia.
So Brian's a lawyer, right?
Yeah.
So does he work on the bad guy side or the what's he do?
Whoever's got the money.
He chases ambulances.
He's our friend, and he'll work on any side you need him to. And he's a really good attorney.
Okay, that's cool.
That's all you need.
And he's been under the French fry lights, right, Bubba?
Yeah, he's been under the federal French fry lights and didn't. He had the feds up his ass under the French fry lights in a grand jury and didn't crack.
He's a good guy.
And didn't crack. He's like, I don't care how many times you ask me this question, I'm not changing. And quit trying to put words in my mouth.
Wow.
So this woman here, she even embraces.
Well, this has been going on forever.
Boom.
Oh.
Gene, all of a sudden you hear.
No, you wouldn't hear much after that because I would have kept running over and then backed over her when I went back to see what I hit.
Yeah.
That guy was.
Lasker would have ran over Pedro and her again.
She wouldn't have fell down. She'd have flew.
Her head snapped pretty good on that, too.
Man, this world is,
It is.
People don't want to work, man.
It makes you want to go out and buy an $89. I mean, for $89, I priced them out on Amazon, and they're $89. And the $89 ones, man, they get front and back, and they're also a 24/7 monitor of your car based on motion. And then it has like a 64 gig or whatever, and it can go like a whole week. And then afterwards, it just continues to write over itself. So it only saves what you tell it to save. So it just continually writes over itself. So it's the difference of having somebody, and that absolutely. I mean, if somebody does that to you, and you just got, pretty good car insurance, and somebody puts a claim on you, and that's a $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 claim because there's 3 or 4 people in there. They're all getting $15,000, $20,000 on the medical. They're getting $5,000, $6,000 on the back new bumper, and you didn't. And the $89 dash cam saves you $80,000. Plus
upcharging your insurance.
Well, hold on. Then after that claim happens on you, try to get insurance the next year.
There you go.
And I'm telling you, try to get insurance the next year, and your insurance is going to be $10,000 a year for the lowest possible worst insurance there is. I'm buying me a dash cam. I'm telling you that right now.
One for everybody on the team, Bubba?
No, I've already bought you guys a
Well, I
bunch
know,
of
but I
stuff.
don't want to be catching charges out there.
Well,
one
go
time,
get your own one.
One time,
Stop working me.
One time,
Goddamn.
one time, a homeless guy threw himself out in front of my brother's car, and then he tried to say that my brother ran him over, and my brother had to almost live with almost killing a homeless guy. I don't want to have to live with that.
Yeah, well, that's on him. Have him buy an 89. You know what? They're as low as 49 if you want the cheap ones.
Well, I don't want a black and white one. I want full camera HD with the works.
All right, that's 89 on you, not me.
On me.
On top of you shaking me down.
I'm
Tired
sick of you, sick of me.
Sick of you, sick of me.
That's right.
Well, you know what? That's two of us.
Great.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Father, 9:05. Did you still want to do that thing, Colin?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give it to Lummy so he can.
Ask Macho Man.
Have her on the phone.
What's a
Okay.
good one? How much is a good one? I don't fucking $89 can't be fucking shit.
Can I give you the number real quick?
How much can you buy for $89?
I'll do the video training, Johnny.
And
Don't
does he
even
do
worry
them?
about that.
Does he really
Oh, no,
do
Gene, you
them?
can get them for $199, and they're like the best ones known to man.
That's what I want.
Like,
I want to bolt one in my wife's car.
yeah, you can get them for like $200, and they're like, that's the best they make.
200.
And then I just get that, and then I Macho Man will bolt it in there.
Yeah.
Bring my truck
What's up,
in.
Neil?
Give him like a 50.
I love dash
I'll pay
cams,
him whatever he
man.
wants.
Whose bottle of water is this?
It's not mine. I got mine right
I
now.
only drink my shit out of a can.
I drink my shit out of a can.
You know what I drink?
You want me to get rid of it for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fucking, is this everybody's goddamn...
What do you mean? I didn't put. Who would put water by the door like that? Is Lemmy here?
I'm here. I only drink.
He drinks it out of
No,
a
no,
can.
I'm not saying it's nobody's water that would like it's. It was an odd bottle of water. I just they had it right
And
by the door.
somebody's water.
Yeah, I just
Maybe it was Big Red when he's working.
was somebody here?
Do it.
It keeps going to voicemail.
Water's right there.
It keeps going to voicemail.
She's ignoring us, Tuds.
Huh?
She's ignoring Lum Lum.
I've called 3 times.
What's
So
up,
Macho Man
Ryan?
Into that stereo shit? Wiring?
Steven,
He's
the
wiring
original
me,
$10. He knows how to wire everything up.
Steven, big Tuds guy. Oh man. What up,
I
Brian?
just texted her.
Hope you're doing good, man. Have a good weekend.
There, Macho, let's see here. The one he has is Red Tiger. How much is it? $130.
Can you get
no worries. We're calling. Lumix is calling you and put you on hold. Okay.
Can we get a 10-pack of dash cams at Costco?
All right. Try it now. Let me. Sorry.
I just got that.
We get it.
Oh shit. Oh, is Red here?
Yeah.
Okay. This is for
He
the
said 9 o'clock.
present gimmick.
It keeps still going to voicemail. Should have everyone blocked?
I don't.
Gene, this is the one that fucking...
No door slamming. That's number 1 rule.
Shut the fuck up.
And water bottles by the door too.
Look at my dick.
This is
Snack on my fucking balls.
This is the one that.
What up,
fucking-
Nick?
121. Hold on. 129.
Right now, I can put our
And it fucking 4K front and back.
Let's get it this weekend,
You want
fellas.
390, Bubba?
Yeah.
About a fucking week and
This
a
is what
half.
Macho Man
You
has.
keep trying to call. It keeps going to voicemail.
Fuck yeah, Fred. That's awesome, man.
Okay.
I'm glad to
Well,
hear it.
Can she call in?
We tried to keep it upbeat outside of the anti-Semitic stuff. What up, grouper? Hope treatment went well, buddy.
It goes right off the window.
Hope you got some medicinal marijuana or something to help you if you got any side effects.
Then you can run it through your phone. 20 yards.
And
Awesome.
so that,
I'm gonna
that's
send
how,
you.
that's how it records the back.
I'm
I'm gonna
just
send
give you
this
that
link
number,
to
okay?
you.
Okay.
What up, everybody?
390, Bubba?
Yeah.
It's. If you want to write it down.
And I'll see if 47 put it on there.
What's up, man?
You've been getting real mouthy today.
I have.
Real.
I'm really tired, man. It's been a long week, man. It's been a long week.
9.
Let me give you a fucking rubdown.
Okay, all right, go ahead, yeah. Oh, shit! Oh, fuck! Okay, man! Ow! Oh, shit!
I bet you get fucking quieter now. With no elbow in his back.
Fuck! Okay! Oh, shit!
You said you wanted a fucking massage.
Good deal. Is the camera on him?
I hope so. What, lover?
But the cop involved in that.
I think so too.
That might be a violation.
That's what I'm
I think I
saying.
violated your rights there. You may have got me. That's all on camera. You may have a class action on me because
I think I died for a...
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I got Big Red. Lummy, I think he has a present for me or something.
Yes, he does.
We'll do that.
You got someone on the warm line?
Yeah, I got Tuttle's. I think Tuttle's ex.
Oh, okay.
Why?
Because we're working on getting them back together.
No, we're working on a pod.
Yeah. What's her name? Carissa?
Kristen.
Have I spoke to Kristen on the air before?
You did the first week. Remember when you guys pulled me into the studio the first time?
Right.
Where everybody was hating on me?
Right.
Yeah, you guys talked to her on the phone.
Was it cordial?
You were kind of being old school Bubba, like back then.
Kristen, you're on the air. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Now, can I start the conversation by saying, fundamentally, I've known Tuttle. I mean, I've known Tuttle a very long time, and I'm so happy to see him at his best. Would you not agree in all the years that you've known him that he's doing really good right now?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the best I've ever seen him.
Yeah, now, and this is the awkward, he probably doesn't want me to ask this, but could you ever see, because he's still in love with you. I mean, for the rest of this, you are literally the love of it. I mean, I'm his friend off air too.
Well, don't forget, Bubba, she was, she gets all cute and goes to the beach, and then, Tuds takes pictures, and it's a whole thing.
And I know, and she's, by the way, Kristen, you're very attractive. Thank you. But is there any chance ever of some type of rekindling, or is it strict? I mean, let's just draw a definitive line in the sand. Is it just going to be, friends forever?
I don't know. I mean, we're really good.
Oh, that ain't a no.
So.
Gene, you
got your chance. That's a 30% chance total.
So
I never say never to anything, but I mean, we are doing really well as friends.
Right. Now, are you currently dating anybody else?
Not really.
You
you go on dates here and there, Bubba. It's not. It's not like
that's exactly what it is. I go on dates, but nothing really comes of them.
And realistically, man, not that I'm in the singles cesspool, but the singles scene is a cesspool of humanity. At least you know what you got with Pat.
That is true, and it is a freaking nightmare out there. So
everybody
is not fun.
Everybody, you really don't know what you got.
It's the devil that you know, Bubba.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, I can just tell right now, Tuttle, that she has the it factor and she has the cut through factor. And you proposed to me, or I guess we've asked our podcasting department, ran by crazy ass Seth Kushner, has asked you guys, or you have offered, or something has brought up to the fact where we would love to host a podcast with you and your wife, Tuttle. Do you guys have a name for it, Tud?
I haven't thought of one yet. I that's the name that I got to. But Seth, where would you like to see this show go angle wise? What kind of dynamic?
I mean, it was going to kind of talk about the dynamic of you guys, being divorced and now kind of, rekindling a friendship and also digging into some of the nerdy stuff that you guys enjoy, right?
And maybe,
and I'd like to see this end with you guys getting married, but that could be season 4.
And also talking about, Krista has tried to date a little bit and the ins and outs of the cesspool singles dating scene. Two people that used to be together that are kind of back together as friends that respect each other, that are best friends, get along, and are navigating life, kind of somewhat together but apart. But just a man and a woman who used to be married together that's a great.
A man and a woman is what we're working on for the title.
It's called A Man and a Woman. A man and a woman. Listen, Tuttle. I don't think we want to tell you guys what to like. We don't want to have the you guys just make it yours.
But if we're talking about our dating, like going on right now, like if she see anybody, it's going to be a one-way thing because I haven't had much luck.
Tuttle. I think that I think
lie.
I think you've had a
It's
little
radio.
I think you've been on a few dates.
Yeah, I have.
But I think you're afraid.
She don't know whether you have or not.
I think you're afraid to be totally honest with her that you've been on a few dates in fear that could mess it up with her.
No, that's not the case. It's like I have gone on
Being
some
totally
dates.
honest with her ran her off. Now it's time to lie and get her back.
Maybe that's the title. Lie and get her back.
That's right.
But Krista, we would love to have you and Tuttle do a podcast for us. And it can be about anything you got, from the nerd stuff that you do to the photo shoots that Tuttle does for you on the beach.
Did you know she used to work at NASCAR?
Oh, she did?
Yeah.
I did, yes. I loved it, yeah.
Did you know my good friend Jim Hunter?
I did know Jim Hunter, yeah.
Yeah. You probably knew Kate
That was a fun time.
You probably knew Kate Davis, too, who I think worked there.
That name doesn't sound familiar to me.
But she was in timing and scoring.
Oh, she was in timing and scoring, yeah.
Yeah.
A
lot of work at the track.
I was, when I used to hang out in that circle, I was Helton, Jim Hunter, Jim Hunter and all that. But I think NASCAR, I mean, you probably are maybe still a fan, but I think NASCAR's in trouble right now.
I haven't watched the last few years, so I haven't really kept up with it, but I still love all that stuff. I'll check in on that. I'll check in on like the Formula One stuff, anything that with cars that go fast.
But here, right now, this just proves that NASCAR is in trouble because the first thing out of your mouth was, "I haven't watched a race in a couple years." Well, it used to be.
No one else has either.
10 years ago, me in this room, Lasker, Tuttle, and yourself, 10 years ago would be able to tell you
everything.
Who was on the pole, who had fast time at practice, and what time the green flag dropped was on Sunday, and now not a one of us could.
Her favorite drivers
That's
were
absolutely correct.
Tony and Tony Stewart. Loved Tony Stewart.
Right.
She did, and Harvick.
Yeah.
And Harvick.
That's
right?
two good picks.
Two good picks. Yep. And you know what? And they don't let. I mean, the cars are so locked down and so.
Did you hit on any of the drivers while you worked there?
I didn't hit on any of the drivers. I would get hit on by the pit crew members. So I got to go into like a lot of the
Well, that's because you'd have to work your way up that way.
You have to start with.
Let's talk about the bowling. You got to slide up in there and smack Tony on the butt.
Start with the gas man and end up with the driver, right, Tony? Right?
I'm sorry. Yeah, you will. You'll work your way up, but you'll have to work at it.
Yeah, but I was listening.
Yeah,
well, one, I don't know that I would do that. But
sure you would, because you already said that.
Relationship. No, I don't think I would.
So anyway, listen. Back to our topic.
This is exactly what Tuttle wants to talk to me about on the podcast, too. He loves.
That's what people want to hear.
That's what people want to hear. They want to hear an attractive woman talk about the things that she'd like to get involved in. Maybe on a naughty side, maybe on a fantasy side, maybe on a cosplay or a nerd side, like you guys are into. Just anything goes. But I mean, I think it has to have
my nightmare date. She wants to ask me about my
Oh, she did send some new pics that she wanted me to show you when we were trying to get her on the show. Yeah, hold on. Can I come up there?
Yeah, please.
Kristen, would you, today's a hard day for Tuttle because it's his mom's birthday. Do you consider doing anything nice for him today or being there for him?
God dang, Tuttle, she is hot.
Yes, of course.
My Lord, she's beautiful. Tuttle.
Who are we talking about?
How did you you need to show last
show Gene.
Girl on the phone.
How did you let that go?
I was going through a bad time.
I think is he crying?
Are you crying right now?
No,
You should be. I'd be if that's who I lost, I'd be crying.
Oh, and there was one more.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, she's
something wrong with her?
No.
Yeah, she's missing 2 legs.
She's got some type of mental deficiency if she likes Tuttle. I'll tell you that right now. You and Tuttle were married for how long, Krista?
Kristen.
What is it, Kristen?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Kristen, that's okay. It was a few years. You'd have to. Okay, so that's probably where I'm not great. I'm not like very girly when it comes to stuff like that. So I don't really care about anniversaries and romance and flowers and chocolate and all that.
You're perfect.
That's where I lack.
Yeah, but you probably like if you do decide to have sex with somebody, and since you're not a girly girl and you care about the flowers and the anniversaries, then you probably have somewhat of a male skewing mindset with regards to sex, which us men love. The non-girly girls that need the flowers and just wants to get to straight getting after it. I mean, I'm assuming.
I'm going to be honest because we'll probably talk about this on the podcast. Yes, I would say that I'm more like a man in relationships.
No wonder you got rid of her.
What do you mean no wonder you got rid of her? That's a perfect woman, Gene.
Well, you can't admit to being a man when
not
you're a girl.
to be more like a man when it comes to things like that, romance, sex.
What she's saying, Gene, is like she doesn't need 12 roses after your date. She just needs you to come back and give it to her just as good as you did when you left the day before.
That's about right.
Yeah.
She just wants to get bent over the powder coating machine.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, Kristen? When you have when you know that Tuttle, probably still likes you or wouldn't be opposed to rekindling things with you, and then you get all cute and you go to the beach and you have him take pictures of you. Do you know that he kind of likes that? Are you doing any of that for him, or is that just strictly?
Yeah, she's still laughing at him.
or are those just strictly like
that's what she's doing?
He's around and you just are going to get those pictures.
Take a picture.
He never acts like he's interested in me. In the slightest. In fact, he's actually counseled me when I've been dealing with weird guy stuff.
All right. So let's just be open and honest, and I'll be the mediator.
Oh, God.
And it's probably it's probably
can't be good for you, Tuttle.
I know. No, it's probably really good for you, and that is Tuttle, as uncomfortable as it is when you're with Kristen with regards to showing any interest in her because you're scared of rejection or whatever. Let's just be intellectually honest and say right now that you definitely would love to be back with her.
Hold on, before you go answering that. You wasn't all that in the beginning when you got her, and now you're something. Why can't you get better?
Because Gene.
I mean, seriously.
This is the love of his life.
It was at a moment, but your life goes on, and you got more life. Look at me. I had one of them, and I got the best woman in the world now because I chose to choose up.
Yeah, well.
That's what you need to do.
I think
keep trading him in, Gene.
I think he was at the top of his game with her, not necessarily mentally and abuse, but
let Tuttle answer that.
Right.
No, I had a lot of mess ups, and I take responsibility for a lot of them. I was, I've done a lot of changing.
We're not talking about how you lost it. We're talking about how you got it.
Okay, well, I mean,
and do you want it?
And I would be lying if, of course, she's a hot woman.
But not only hold on,
and we get along well.
Hold on, not only is she physically to the eye hot, but you guys are very compatible. You have a history together. You guys are into the same things. I mean, it checks all the boxes.
And you can't find a date, so you're just going back.
No, it's
Gene. Come on, man.
Gene, you're completely looking at this. You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just looking at it as
He does.
From the outside in, I'm watching, you know.
I think he loves her.
Nah.
Oh, he absolutely loves her. I mean, Tuttle, would you admit that you're still in love with her?
I would not say I'm in love with her right now, but I'm always going to have feelings. We were together for over 15 years.
You know, now you're lying through your teeth.
Don't PC us, buddy.
Yeah.
We know it's you.
Now you're lying through your teeth because you don't want to.
Don't make them guys over to make you say something you don't need to say.
Because we know the truth. We know the truth.
What
If
truth?
you wasn't somebody, you wouldn't be back here again.
Yeah, well,
so evidently you're something.
He is somebody.
That's right, because he got his way back in here.
And deep down, he doesn't want to look weak to her, but she has intimated that he never really shows any interest in her. And I know for a fact, Tuttle, that you would love to have some type of relationship with her other than the kind you have now.
If the opportunity presented itself, yes, but I'm enjoying spending time with her as friends right now.
Right. But you'd like for it to be more than friends.
What guy would say no?
Okay. So again, back to my original, back to what I'm getting at. She is the love of your life. We've all had those. Most of us have lost them or let them go.
And she's getting better. She's getting better looking,
instead of me.
Well, no, I'm just saying she's improving. Like, I know Gene's like, why are you going back? But she's appreciating well. You're getting a good, return on the investment.
Right, and all the heavy lifting of the getting to know a person and all the awkwardness of that is all gone.
So all the fun stuff's gone.
No, but
Okay.
just when you start dating somebody new, I mean, it takes a while to know their family and just know everything about them. I mean, you guys already have that going for you.
Yeah, like for example, Sunday we're going to the Orlando City playoff game, the MLS match.
Right.
So I got really good tickets for the match. It's the first round of the playoffs. I think we were going to go out and cover some Halloween events because she loves Halloween big time.
Right.
Is she buying her own popcorn?
No, she's not buying her own popcorn. He's a gentleman.
No, I got.
She said she don't like roses, and she's kind of a guy
the
about that.
section we're in, everything's complimentary, so we get free food, free drink, free candies, free.
Now, Kristen, if you ever got to the point as you guys continue to be friends and maybe do a podcast and that evolves to whatever, and you really wanted maybe it to go further, would you have would you take the ball and run with it and let it be known, hey, Tuttle, I'd like to maybe start doing more than just being friends? Would he have to say that, or would you forwardly say that?
No, I'm pretty forward. I would probably just tell him.
This is what you're going to do, Tuttle.
And you would just say, hey, you know what, I think I want more.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I would do.
Kristen, how impressed with you are you by Tuttle's just complete turnaround in life?
No, honestly, it is really impressive because, I don't know, you spend a lot of time with people in the world and you realize a lot of people don't change, or they'll say that they've changed, but they don't really. They didn't put in the work. They didn't do what they needed to do. He's actually changed quite a bit, doing a lot of hard work. It's rare that people do that, and it's great. I think it's amazing. Honestly, I wasn't really sure that it was real at first, but I've been talking to him for over a year about this stuff. And it's definitely real.
All of us that have been a part of Tuttle's life has seen the transformation, and it is for real. I at first was just like you. I'm like, Tuttle knows how to work. He's a grifter. He knows how to tell you what you want to hear. And for years when he would be, living at my race shop, I swear to God, he wasn't drinking, but he knew how to manipulate the system and how exactly at what time he needed to stop drinking so that he would be, blow a 0-0 at 6 a.m., but he was still working the system. I really think that he is completely a changed man. He is completely, he is as advertised. And I think my prediction is you two will continue to grow, and you will see that, that indeed it is real. The more time that you spend with him, and I really do think deep down you guys have a chance to. I think that you guys will be back together.
Well, there, Dr. Spark there, he got better when he got rid of her. Okay, that's when he worked on himself.
Not.
And he went and got better. So, him getting back with her could put him right back to where the old Tuttle
No,
is.
it's not.
I mean, think of
Bubba,
it.
you had me.
What?
You had me.
What? Oh, I got stared down on that one, didn't I? Okay, Tuttle, I think you need to get back on it right away. I'll go with the rest of them.
I know I got to go to break,
Yes.
but I tell you, I'm pulling for him because I know how much you love her. You and I have spent you and I are friends, Tuttle. First
Yeah, we
and
are.
foremost.
We are.
We are friends, and you've not been. You have.
Well, he's
worked-
not being honest with us then.
You have worked for me longer than you have any other radio guy.
Yep.
I know. I've seen you at your worst, and I've seen you now at your very best. And I know deep down, whether it's radio shtick or not, that that deep down, honestly, she is your soulmate. And
She's on the other line. Say it right now. Give her three sentences right now.
No.
Wham. Take
How
it.
about this? I mean, you're going to be able to listen to the pod. So, is it a yes on the podcast? You're interested in it? Yes. I mean, I think you'll be able to see progress.
So, Kristen, you will do a podcast with him on our network.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
I'll do it.
And that's all we needed to hear. And Tuttle, I think that she has.
Y'all do realize that he's going to make money off of that, and that's why he's doing it.
Gene, would you just
Can we make Gene the mediator for this podcast?
you know what we can do is
Seriously.
we can tell Gene to go home because
Tuttle is not stupid. He knows what podcast is about. He knows where to work his way to the top on it.
And Tuttle
And
knows-
he's going to
and-
grab the X and exit on up and marry someone else. So,
all right, Gene,
what's going to happen.
I'm glad you. Yes, exactly. Kristen, I'm pulling for you too. I think that you are absolutely gorgeous.
Have fun at the game tomorrow.
Inside and out. And Tuttle, I really look forward to you guys growing closer together. And she has admitted to me, or she's at least promised, that if she wants it to go further, she's not going to hold back. She's going to let you know.
Yeah, she gave you 17.2%.
Kristen, I don't know if you know anything about Gene Lasker, but he's an asshole for the most part.
I really like him.
Yeah, she really likes you, Gene. She likes you being an asshole
because she's honest with herself.
I like it. I like the attitude.
Yeah. Well, Kristen,
But no, I think it'll be fun, and I think it'll be fun to do the podcast together, and we'll just have to see what happens from there.
Yeah. Perfect. I can't wait for the first kiss. I can't wait for that podcast. The first kiss.
Bubba, I wish we were in 18.
You gonna tape it?
Maybe they'll do it live on a podcast. Hey, let's make out. I like you. You like me. We've been doing this for 6 months. It's time for a makeout. There you go.
Is podcast on TV?
No, podcast is not on TV.
This one could be.
This one could be. Kristen, hey, nice talking to you again, and thank you for doing a podcast with Tuttle for our network, and enjoy your time with Tuttle tomorrow.
I will. Thank you, guys.
Bye, Kristen. Thank you.
Bye.
Wow.
Bubba, I was going to say.
I got you so in.
Man, I was trying to be on your side, bro. I'm not
You're
trying
a dick. You're just a straight dick.
I'm
You
just letting you know.
are a dick.
Come on, man.
You are the worst wingman ever.
I wasn't trying to be a wingman. I was trying to be a futurization person.
Lummy, note to self: don't ever take him around.
Never.
Yeah.
Worst
By the way,
wingman.
guess who he hooked me up with? Heather.
Oh.
Yes,
Yeah.
I was the one.
Yes, he was.
It didn't work out too well there,
Yeah.
Gene.
Hold on.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
We
here.
got to go to work.
You know who ruined it.
I know.
Okay.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
He would. He'd be like, you know how stupid you sound right now?
Lasker, the counselor.
Lasker was looking at things from a way that I didn't even know you could look at things. That's impressive.
Lasker doesn't even know what he's talking
No,
about.
he does. He knows love. He loves love. He knows.
Lasker has no idea what the fuck
He
he's
loves
talking
Sarah.
You damn right I love Sarah.
If you and Sarah broke up-
Walk out of her car and walk up to me when we were going to eat dinner. I fell over to right then and there. I knew I would make that happen.
First date?
No, it's kind of like We seen each other at places
where do you want 'em?
and hung out. And it was kind of like a date, you know, we hung out together. But the first date that we called each other,
and then we'll have them come up here to me.
Places I was at, she was at.
How'd you meet?
What's up, man?
Just running into her?
Yeah, I just ran into her in the bars where we met. You know, she had a boyfriend, but I took her from him quickly.
Oh, Mr. Steal Your Girl.
Yeah. Bubba, was that okay for you?
Yeah, that's great.
Oh, she's great.
I'm sorry for the Gene Lasker fucking.
For real.
Well, I know.
And she actually said that she did see the changes too. Like,
Okay. Don't let Lasker near it.
Hey, get me a jersey tomorrow, okay? I love the Orlando music. What are they?
Orlando City Soccer.
I love the Orlando City. Is Messi gonna be there?
No, but
yeah,
we would play them in the second round of the playoffs.
Is Messi still with Miami?
Did we find the Buckets T-shirt?
Yeah. But no, if you want to, they hook me up with merch all the time.
Oh, do they?
So if you want a kit, I'll get you one.
What's a kit? Is that
This is what they call soccer jerseys.
Oh, I need to
They're
buy
uniform. They're called kits.
No, we're gonna have to take. It's in the back. We're gonna have to go look for it.
Did they hook you up with the tickets?
I'm season tickets for
Big
next
Red.
season. So if you ever want to go, they give me I paid like.
What would be?
So like.
They get good crowds for those games.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You were out there working with them guys on the floor.
No,
Big Red does all.
Stadium. Yeah, they
he
built it
hung
on their own.
all these signs.
Nice.
Big Red's our main fucking guy
Absolutely.
of fiction shit.
I still want to go to a Magic
Of
game.
what?
this year
Of
for
fiction
sure.
shit?
Yeah.
They won. They're playing.
He hung the new sign outside.
Who they got?
He hung all these red signs in here by himself.
I have to look.
Dude, I was watching
Design and
basketball
built
over
these
football
stages.
last night.
They beat the
He
Heat.
tore a
Who
bicep.
was our main guy back in the day?
Huh?
It wasn't that asshole that
That'd be
was
good, just 'cause
the
the East is
the other
really
guy.
weak.
What was his name?
No. Which?
No,
Oh,
No.
that's like a real ass soccer
No.
stadium.
Craig the
Bulldog.
Craig the Bulldog.
A lot of luxury suites.
I would have said that.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sure
it's
it's
better
great.
than like that's in
He
Europe.
was Craig the Bulldog was a good worker.
They did. It's really good.
That's nice. It must be. Who built it? The
Craig the Bulldog
the
was a great
team is
worker.
the-
Yes, he was.
The whole thing.
Craig the Bulldog was a great worker.
The one thing, you know how the Clippers have that wall?
Yeah.
Good dude
That's-
too.
they have
Good
that
dude, too.
on one end.
What happened to
standing
him?
room, and you can't wear anything else besides Orlando City.
You know who ended up being? Hey, you know who ended up being a
Standing,
piece of
and it goes
shit?
Straight up.
No.
like,
Guilty.
Right on top of them.
That's I think that's gonna be. what
How is that?
Doing more.
Gilkey is just an idiot anyway.
He ended up being he got thrown off the cop. He got fired for being a cop.
What happened to Gilkey? I haven't heard that name in a
He's
while.
in Texas now.
He needs to be there. He's probably running from the law.
No, he's not running from the law. He broke his back, and he got operated on, and so he's recovering from that. But he was doing the truck driving thing with his wife around the country, and
Well, he fucked me on his last day that he worked for me. He put fucking sheet metal screws down my fucking carburetor of my fucking Malibu.
No, he did.
Yes, he did. Fucking blew that up.
Man, you used to get so.
You took it apart and found the sheet metal screws?
No, I fucking they were in the fucking oil pan.
Oh man.
Oh wow.
You used to get so frustrated with him.
Then I told him to fix a trailer one time. The axle was bent.
I told Bubba from the beginning, the guy was a cop. He's an asshole. From the beginning, you can't change him into something he's not just because he's on the radio.
Like changing you into something like making you
He
nice.
changed me. I've been the same guy since the beginning.
Remember that time he didn't hook up one of Tyler's race cars properly?
Yeah. He almost killed us.
Yeah.
He didn't tie the car down? On the
No, he
trailer?
fucking didn't.
Slipped off
Hold
the
on.
trailer.
Listen to me. So, the B-Fud gets almost arrested by the cops, and he's got I bought him a Crown Vic, but he had it loaded full of about 3,000 pounds of fucking porno in the back of his trunk.
And you told him for months, you got to get that shit out of the car.
This needs to be on.
Everybody, we'll tell it on the air. Everybody, hold on.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Tuttle, don't be surprised when old girl just says, kiss me. I'm kind of wanting to take it to the next level. Just I'm not asking you to necessarily.
Pretty much going to happen. She bought and paid for now.
You know, when we met the first time, she came out to a radio station event just to meet me.
The bigger radio star you become, the quicker this will happen. So anyway,
just hang out with me on Fridays.
So, well, he's also going to have an opportunity to do some Thursdays and Fridays, and now he's going to have a podcast with her that's going to get some.
That's going to do it.
And by the way, I'm still people in the chat were saying I'm cutting out cold. I'm still going to be doing Loner and Stoner. Like I don't want anybody to think that show's going away.
So anyway, I do have to continue that topic on Lasker about Gilkey here in a second, but Big Red has stopped by the studios because supposedly he has a gift for me. Now this is kind of humbling, embarrassing because he already does way too much for me. Big Red from God,
he was just in a full body cast for you.
Right, he blew his bicep out.
Yeah, he blew out his bicep hanging one of our Bubba Army signs here.
He couldn't hug his kids for months, Bubba.
I mean, he's just, again, he's the superintendent of the building. So Red, what do we have a wireless, or should we just have Red come up here?
He's on a mic over on the couch.
He's got a mic.
I don't know which one.
Let me see. I don't know which.
It's the wired in one.
I don't know where that even comes up at. Oh, here it is. Red, are you there? Yep. All right, hold on.
No.
You there?
Nope.
Hold on, there. You there?
You want him to just get on my mic real quick?
Just get on your mic. Yeah, just have him get on your mic. Thank you. Tuttle's on the verge of touching himself right now. It's probably the most positive conversation with regards to potentially being back with the love of your life that you've had in a long time. I mean, there's a lot of positive things happening in that situation.
I mean,
Tuttle.
you almost deserve a mix-in, Bubba. You did so much work on that one.
I will tell you, I would. I don't want to mix in with her because out of respect to Tuttle, but man, she is.
It don't never pay at the end, does it, Bubba?
No, it'll never pays in the end. So, Big Red, what do you got?
Well, we got a little gift for you from Grouper Lips, Scout and Big Gulp, Bob Cook, John Kostika, Greg and Amy.
Oh my God! Why?
How do they all get together and do that?
Big Red puts them all together. Now,
Cable Dog, Big Buck, Airtight, and myself.
Now, why do you guys? You guys are already some of my largest contributors. It really makes me feel bad, and because I can't.
Why?
Why?
Just because it's just so humbling that you guys do such nice things for me. When you already are some of the largest contributors there are, that keeps us afloat. So, I don't know.
You also got to remember, you entertain us for 4 hours a day.
You're a Pied Piper.
5 days a week.
And some people want to hear that noise in their head.
Okay.
Okay?
There you go, Seth.
And that's what you are.
Seth, did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
I'm a Pied Piper, and some people want to hear that noise in their head, so they'll do a bunch of stuff.
I'm seeing a whole different side of Lasker today, and I freaking love it.
All right, so this is from. Go back over to go back over to your microphone, Big Red. I want to give proper.
It's kind of
credit.
a big box.
It kind of is a big box. Usually, big box means cool stuff. And again, give me the. I heard Wizzy in there. I heard who. I want
Bob Cook,
Airtight,
Scout and Big Gulp,
Grouper Lips,
Airtight.
Scout and Big Gulp, Bob Cook, John Kostika, Greg and Amy, Wizzy, Cable Dog, Big Buck, Airtight, and myself.
That's got to be something nice.
Wow. It's a.
Seth, you're gonna like it.
All right.
Bubba's gonna love it.
Let me see. It says authentic. CB Authentics. Okay. Oh well, hold on.
It's a collector's item?
Oh
Yes.
my God, hold on.
I see a face mask.
Uh-huh.
What is? Oh.
Wow.
Holy sh! It is a Green Bay Packer.
Is that Love?
Yes,
with
it is.
Jordan Love signature. Now, are they ever going to wear this helmet this year? This would be the baddest. Look at this.
That's a nice helmet.
I've never seen that green helmet yet. That color of green.
Oh my God! And it's a full. Seth, look.
It's a real.
authentic. Yeah. Where did you get this?
It is a real authentic helmet.
This is a real authentic. Where did you get this?
I get into. Seth does his card breaks. I do helmet breaks on TikTok.
Helmet breaks?
Yep, and I got that one.
Well, stand it up so we can see it.
That's a nice one,
there
man.
you go.
So here's the one side of it.
It's got a windshield.
It does got a windshield, and then here's the windshield side
Keep
of
from
it.
getting your eyes poked out, huh?
And then, Gene, if you're playing against you or Dick Bucket.
That's right. Me and Buckets get your eyeballs.
And then there's Jordan Love's signature.
Who's he?
You don't know who Jordan Love is?
No.
He is the Green Bay Packers quarterback.
He leads the league in interceptions, and he's played 2 fewer games than everybody else. Hey, Bubba, did he sign it J with a heart?
Yes.
Oh, that's cool. All right.
J with a heart.
I like that autograph.
That's why he's got interceptions.
Is this? Wow. I wonder what size it is. I wonder if I could wear it.
Put it on your head.
See if you can see. You can
It'll
put it
fit.
on.
Bubba.
Let me see.
That is a nice helmet.
It is really nice,
Would
yeah.
you polish it before you give it to him?
No. Oh, wow.
It's an extra large.
No, I can't get it on.
Oh.
No.
That's
That's a shame.
What?
I'd be a double X, and I don't even know any of you guys. Red, you have a little bit of a peanut head. It might fit you, but
It does fit.
It does.
You already had your helmet on.
Hold on.
What else you do with it?
You probably already made love to your wife with this thing on.
No, I wear my worn sap.
That's funny.
Here's the thing. I don't know. Is this a potential concept that the Green Bay is going to? Because all the teams are changing helmet. They always are. Like sometimes the Buccaneers, Lummy, will do a Bucko Bruce throwback, or Colorado changes their helmets all the time. I would love for the Packers to do that. I mean, is this?
They probably will.
Is this potentially Red going to be
a helmet?
A helmet that
absolutely.
they use during the year?
Yeah.
Daniel Rose says
and you got one before they're using it. How about that?
Daniel Rose says easily worth $1,000.
Oh my God, it's not for sale.
Flash replica. It's a Flash helmet. It's one of their concepts.
Oh, so it may not. Well, if this
It may not.
That's
though.
way
It's
better than the yellow, man.
What's the name brand on it?
It's a Riddell.
It's a Riddell.
It's a Riddell.
Well, ain't no make believe.
Yeah, it's a real authentic.
No,
helmet.
it is. Look, Gene, this is a real.
Yeah, I see that.
This is. If you look at the
I'll give you $1,000 for it.
It's not for sale, Gene.
Would
I
you
got
wear that?
1,000 on me right now.
Could you
I
wear?
know you do,
Could
but
you wear that on your motorcycle, Gene?
No, but my wife would.
She even got the windshield and everything.
She got a Green Bay Packer. She's a Green Bay Packer fan.
Is she a Packer fan?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Does she know that I am?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He just said
Oh my God.
he really was for real on $1,000. I know you're not going to sell it, but that was.
Hold on, I got a call from Panama. You know this is some kind of scam deal here. I always answer these. Hello, it's Bubba. You're on my show. Hello. How much?
He's on his motorcycle.
Oh yeah, exactly. They always hang up. If you just tell them they're on the air, they always hang up. A lot of times I'll say, "Hey, you're on the air. How much do I owe you? Where do I send it?" and they won't. Even when you try to tell them, I know I owe you money. Where do I send it? They don't take. Big Red, I am so thankful and so humble. Can you
got any good junk like that left?
Any good junk like that left?
Well, after you got rid of your big home and living in a trailer, it's not like you could use it.
I do have a lot of my collectibles left, but I appreciate you calling it junk. And you really are Gene, you're very much being a handful today. You're very much on the dick side of things.
Trying to get fired
from the free job.
Hold on. I'm trying to get fired from a free job. Big Red, Lummy, will you get the list of people again, just so I can just personally reach out to them from Wizzy to Greg and Amy to Buck to all of them, that I can personally reach out to them and thank them. So Red, this is, buying for me. I don't like gifts because I'm so I'm so humbled and so thankful for all of the largest contributors, the John Costikas, the Creatines, all the boys. But this is probably one of the coolest gifts that I've ever been given. Oh my God, that is so cool.
Well, we're glad you like it. Like I said, you're a friend of ours. You entertain us. It's just happy to see it go to somebody that really likes it.
Thank you. Lummy, will you get the list so I can? I'm gonna personally reach out to everybody. Big Red, thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
I appreciate you.
How's your bicep, man?
Why are you all dressed? Why are you all dressed up today? Are you going to court?
I'm going to work.
No, I'm coming on the show.
Okay, I mean, you see it. We look like slobs compared to you. You got full pants on with like nice leather shoes. Like you look like
Well, got my nice Bubba Army shirt.
You do look good.
Have to look good.
I'm used to seeing you up there doing some roof and shingle type situations, and not looking as good as you do today.
Cut off shirt and shorts.
Cut off shirt, sweating like a hog.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Red.
You're more than welcome.
Appreciate you.
I thought he was here to shake me down, Bubba. I owe him $35 for a Frank Thomas card.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
He really laid that signature down nice.
We got
He's got one of probably the best signatures.
I did not know he did the heart. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Nice job, man.
Red, thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
How do you put this back in and not fuck it up? Will you put that out?
Yeah.
Red, thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Here's my list. Wow. Gene, is that cool?
You fucking right, it's cool.
We don't tolerate your kind around here.
That's right, buddy. Good, good.
Oh, that's a beautiful green too.
It is.
Beautiful. They need to go with that thing.
I like that over the white. Because their alternate this year is
Boy, that mask is bad, huh?
That just a tint of yellow.
Yeah, just a tinge of amber.
Yeah.
I bought a Costco box from Brian yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Got the cable downtown. My favorite card of all of it was this wormy Pandora.
They sure make for a little head, though.
They look so fucking cool.
Yeah, it's.
What did he charge you for a box?
Made for us.
Oh, yeah, see that.
At cost, you can't beat it. And I pulled
Because guys are selling them for
$100.
$90, $100, yeah.
I literally in the same pack pulled these one after the other.
That's awesome.
And that was probably, I was at home alone, but I was like, oh fuck! Like I was most excited.
The Evans has got tears on it because he's gone for a little bit. Godwin's got tears because he's gone.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks, sir. Well, the guy that's on AMA 20 in that at night, he's like, "Oh, the Bucks are done for the season." I'm like, "Yeah, they've lost the 2 receivers, but not
Still gotta wait
done."
and see, but it's gonna be tough if they lose this week. I'm not gonna lie.
See if you can stick your finger in the side of that where that windshield ends. Will it cut you?
Oh, right there.
Yeah.
Because it's bevel.
Bevel.
Yeah.
I mean, if somebody was grabbing it, and the finger
If you're
slipped
running-
in there, is it going to get you?
If you're running, there's a chance to get your finger stuck in there, but
You could tweak your finger.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Sunday. Soccer match, and then Saturday we're going to a bunch of the Halloween things.
Oh, that's okay. Don't worry. I thought soccer was Saturday.
No, Sunday.
So evidently you can buy
Playing
it.
Charlotte FC.
Yeah. You could buy them
The
online.
first round they do best of 3, and then
Or you
after
get
the
into-
first round it goes to singles.
To breaks
and
and you can buy it for like
so they'll play one up there, and
Or
then
you
you
could
go
get
to third game.
buy a chance for
Okay.
$40
Orlando.
to win.
would you pay for that break?
This and the break was 60. But I bought it multiple times to get it.
So you just go by team.
All right, we'll see you guys.
All right, see you, man.
Where do you
Red,
want,
thank you.
where do you want this?
Just hang it on the
black
lap
doing.
machine.
Just put it on one of the benches in the gym over the left there.
Okay.
By the exit door, I'll tell you what.
Thank you, Red.
You're welcome.
But he's very disappointed in their behavior, and he's going to have to let them know. If you let
You think that's his real signature? Or he
Oh,
just
yeah.
does that for promotional gigs?
No, that's just.
That's his
They're not gonna
signature?
pay $1,000. That's probably
Pretty
$1,000.
badass
The
signature.
certification or
That's pretty, that's cool looking.
Man, oh man, what a show. What a show. No fucking bullshit fucking talk today. Man, Tuttle and Lasker's the magic recipe.
I really haven't been that funny today. Lasker's been killing it. He's carrying. Lasker's carrying.
Yeah, but dude, if you didn't have Kristen in your life to then have that conversation, or then
all that.
I mean, it all contributes.
Yeah, Lasker's.
In the beginning, where did you think? Because he was cringing there.
Yeah, I was at first, but Bubba was so cool.
When
Bubba was so cool.
Speak, he wasn't liking that.
I know, but Bubba was. I gotta admit.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Seth was just saying on the hot mic, but I would have to agree with him. What a great show today.
Mount Plaisir, 25.
I mean, we were able to get to our clickbait, which was the Menendez deals, and cover that quite extensively. We were able to get Tuttle's ex, who I think he's got a chance with. And they're certainly going to start doing a podcast. Kristen, we were able to get her on the phone today. Lasker has been...
Was able to get you out of your seat and stare at me?
I was able to, yeah, I actually stood up and said, and if you look at your text, which you probably haven't.
No.
I actually was, well, you know what? Why don't you go ahead
I got to hear it.
and just get, while you were being a dick, like I was getting Tuttle all set up. I had him set up. I know what it takes.
She did like Gene, though. I mean, that was a good thing
just
about it.
Just because she's a cool chick and she gets the heat aspect of it, the good cop, bad cop deal. She realized that Gene is just naturally plays
truth. I was just saying the truth.
Well, whatever.
Okay.
A lot of embellished white trash running wild with you. Why don't you just read the people?
Well, they're not beyond that, both of them.
Why don't you just read the people while you're saying all these things? Read to the people what I texted you.
Be nice. Be nice.
Before I stood up, because I knew you didn't get that.
Before you say something, think about it. Think about it again, and then don't say it.
That's the Gene Lasker rule. And you haven't been doing too good on that lately, Gene.
Well, today.
You know what? Here's the new Gene Lasker rule. I ain't thinking about it. I'm just blurting it right out.
Let it rip.
I'm not thinking about the ramifications of it. I'm not thinking about nothing. I'm letting it rip, regardless of how
I don't got to hang out with you later, so I won't hear it.
So anyway, listen, Grouper Lips and Scout and Big Gulp, and Bob Cook and John Kostika, head of the Indiana Bubba Army Mafia, Airtight, West Side, Greg and Amy, Beautiful Wizzy, Cable Dog, Buck, Big Red. Thank you so much. That is probably one of the coolest presents I've ever got. God, I'm so thankful. It's just such a great piece. Wow. So anyway, Lummy, listen, Seth, even the most hardcore haters of the show that have all these things, Bubba, reverts back to this and reverts back to that, and he did more of this, and oh my God, he saw what if you don't like today, genuinely is a line in the sand of a really, really good show, and if you don't like today's show and you're able to pick apart today's show, then there's really no hope for you to even you're not even a person that wants to give a good show a chance.
Well, Bubba, don't worry about the fringe haters right now. As far as the line in the sand, I think this is what you want this show to be like moving forward.
Yeah, just a fun show. We spoke about some stuff. But it
was fun.
Everything we talked about was pretty fun. Now, I do have a couple emails. I don't really read emails a lot unless they're touching. And I got two that are concerning, and I'd like to read them. Bubba, I've been listening to you since the Power Pig days. I've followed you ever since ever since. You had said today that a listener emailed you and your show gets him. This guy didn't really use good punctuation. That in conjunction with me being borderline illiterate makes for a very awkward email. and your show gets him through his day. At least I think that was today. Maybe it was a few days ago. My days now seem to blend together. Your show does the same for me. My wife is starting to battle stage 4 metastatic breast cancer. It's in her pelvic bone, her femurs, her lymph nodes, her spine, and her breasts. My life at home is an absolute struggle, and it's a train wreck currently. Our 9-year-old daughter has stepped up and is helping way more than a 9-year-old should.
Oh, man.
Your show is an escape I need from reality for 4 hours a day. Listening to you and your life struggles is keeping me going, and it sucks what Tyler is doing to you and your family. I couldn't imagine my daughter doing the same thing. It would absolutely tear me apart. I'm not looking for sympathy or anything for you, the show, or anything from any listeners. I just wanted to tell you to keep doing what you're doing. You get me through the days more than you know. A loyal didn't put his last name or his address. Not looking for nothing. A loyal listener, Randy. Randy, I can't even begin to tell you how sorry I am for what you're going through with your wife. It sounds like that's not a very good prognosis as to where she's potentially headed. And
she's not terminal though. Like she's gonna, turn around.
Pretty bad. That's bad.
But listen, however it ends, please know that we love you. That the Bubba Army is a family. It truly is, and we'll be there for you the best we can, day in and day out.
Can I bring up something without pissing Gene off? Because I think what I'm about to say is, while you were reading that, while everybody else was being quiet, do you have a deviated septum? Because your nose whistles when you breathe into the mic.
Who, me?
No, Gene.
Oh yeah, his nose has been broken 14 times.
Yeah, because you just hear it's like.
I mean, look at it. If you look at Gene's nose, it looks like he was a boxer, and he never was.
Semi-autograph Travis 25.
Thank you, semi-autograph.
I've been in fights.
Do you breathe okay through your nose?
Not really.
Yeah. I'm breathing right now.
He's kind of a mouth breather.
But I'm a mouth breather.
Yeah, I mean, why
are you going to use your nose when you get a lot out of your mouth?
Right.
But
that's why my brain works so good, because I get a lot of air to it.
Most people find being called a mouth breather an insult. Gene,
I've not got a problem with it.
It says, that's why I do so good. I can get more air through my mouth.
Right, to my brain.
And then finally this, and I can't even begin to tell you how I would handle this. And Gene, so let's fast forward. Let's rewind to Coben being 5. Okay.
Okay. That's when I met him.
That's okay. So there you go. You knew Coben when he was 5.
Yep.
So that is what we're dealing with here. This guy has a 5-year-old, and you're not too far removed from 5. I think Sammy's 7, maybe 8.
7, yeah.
And you're 2 years from being 5, with Walker being 3.
Yep.
Hey, I have an issue, and I thought you might be able to help me out with some answers. My 5-year-old today was forced to stick his hand in the toilet at school to get something out of the toilet that was thrown in there. The toilet had piss in it.
Oh my God.
And it was not my son's piss. At the end of the day, at the end of all of this, the teacher admitted that she did it and stated that she later realized that my son didn't even throw the object in the toilet. Now, there's a lot more to this. If you wanted to reach out to me, I could explain it to you. But I feel like my son was violated. I need to express my concerns to you, and what should I do about the school? Here, there's a part of me that says your kid had to reach in there, grab an object that some other kid threw in there that the teacher wrongly accused your son, and he grabbed. I'm sure that it wasn't cool to grab something that had piss on it and from a toilet. That being said, I would go and talk to the principal and raise all kinds of hell, but I don't think it's really that big of a deal. I mean, hopefully
it's not.
Hopefully your kid wash their hands and what have you. And the teacher certainly needs to be talked to. But
waterboarded.
Bubba.
I mean,
Bubba.
Let's be honest. That kid probably threw it in there.
He didn't. He didn't.
Oh, okay.
He didn't. So, Gene, starting with you, what do you do at this point when Coben comes home and says, "Dad,
I rent a car."
Okay, hold on. This
Jesus.
this is okay.
With cash, so it's not.
I rent a car.
You're in a car.
I stalk her. I get her in the right spot, and I put her on the ground, put my foot on her neck, and I pissed on her. And I say, that was my son. You did that too. Now,
Gene, you
might not do that again. Now, will
Eat
you?
asparagus first.
Gene, you know you're going to go to jail for that.
That's okay. But I'll be plenty proud of it.
All right, there you go.
Wow. So you know you're going to jail.
My son's going to love me more for it.
You know
knowing
that's
it.
battery. You know
And
that.
people out there are probably not going to do it because of guys like me.
And a bodily fluid.
Battery on a woman with bodily fluid. You're going to probably do a year, and you might do a year.
Okay. She might be old too, Gene.
No, it's 65.
Yeah.
So hold on.
I wouldn't press so hard on her neck.
So hold on, Gene. Your answer to this guy named Sean is: you'd rent a car, you'd track her down, you'd throw her down on the ground, you'd put your boot on her neck, and you'd piss on her face.
Golden shower.
And then you'd say, "That was my kid. You did it too."
That's right.
And
Might
you and
wanna not do that again.
Okay, let's go over to Lummy, and Lummy.
I think mine's a little different.
Okay, go ahead.
I would. I would
You
probably,
want to do what I do.
Is it a big? Do you think it's a big deal, Lummy? Or
Yes, I think it's a big deal. I would talk to the principal. I wouldn't pee on her face or rent a car and kidnap her, but talk to the principal and talk to my kid. But I mean, he followed directions. So I mean,
Right.
it's the authority.
You know your boy gets bullied again.
Well, it's the teacher that's going to bully you.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. Another teacher's going
Hold on, but when word gets out that
you had your neck smashed a little bit.
All right, I'm going to Uncle Gene then. Okay, Uncle Gene can take over.
I will tell
for
you
me.
this. I will tell you this. When word circulates around school that Coben's dad did what he did, I guarantee you Coben never gets messed with another day in his life.
That's right.
Well, he might have to get homeschooled after that.
That's all that would matter to me would be my son.
And therapy.
That's all.
How do you, Seth? How do you? We're going to end the show with how do you handle?
I mean,
it?
how can I follow Gene? I think that I would feel the same anger that Gene did. I think that a lot of things would be running through my head as far as like following the teacher to her car. What would I do from there? Probably nothing. So I'm going to take that out of the equation. I would definitely try to move forward with getting the teacher fired.
I'd say you one up it and do it too.
You poop on her?
You give her a Cleveland steamer?
Yeah, I mean, you one up it.
Lasker says, I don't care about doing a year.
Love you, Sarah.
Sarah, you are an absolute angel to have to deal with this on a daily basis. I don't know how you do it, sweetheart, but you do it well. God love you, honey.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello. I'm back.